The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Every man was not born with a silver spoon in his mouth, said Miguel de Cervantes. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Every man was not born with a silver spoon in his mouth, said Miguel de Cervantes. To which it may be added that even if all of us were, most of the spoons would soon wind up in the hands or the mouths of a very small, select group, which gives rise to the observation, it's not how you begin, but how you end. This is a proposition that is so universally self-evident. Why does it have to be repeated over and over again?
Hold it right there.
What's the trouble, Sheriff?
Slide out from behind that wheel. Very slow and careful.
But what did I do?
You know what you did. You stole a $100,000 payroll.
Me? Oh, no. There must be some mistake.
Yeah, that's what they all say.
But I'm innocent.
Tell it to the judge.
Our mystery drama, Olive Darling and Morton Dear, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
If you've been taking notice of some of our 1977 Buicks, and if you've been thinking, wouldn't this summer be a great time to own one, it is. Announcing Buick's open door policy. An open invitation to come in and inspect, examine, and really discover why the 1977 Buicks are selling better than any other Buicks in history, and to discover that this is a great time to buy a new Buick. Your Buick dealer is open to reasonable offers. Buick's open door policy at your Buick dealer.
Hemorrhoid sufferers, the proof is here. Proof from leading doctors and hospitals of a medication that helps shrink swelling of hemorrhoidal tissues caused by inflammation. It's doctor-tested, hospital-tested Preparation H. Hundreds of tests prove that in many cases, Preparation H gives prompt temporary relief of occasional pain and itch and helps shrink swollen, inflamed hemorrhoidal tissues. Preparation H, ointment or suppositories, use only as directed. Doctor-tested, hospital-tested Preparation H helps shrink swollen hemorrhoidal tissues.
Is your bank open when you're busy and closed when you're not? Well, Northwest Federal Savings knows that a good place to save is ready for you when you're ready. So Northwest Federal's open 63 hours a week. If you work evenings, you can come to Northwest Federal 6 full days. Working days, Northwest Federal's open Monday, Thursday, and Friday evenings. And if the only time you can get to Northwest Federal is 8 o'clock in the morning, well, that's okay, too. Because Northwest Federal has early bird service every morning. From 8 o'clock, you'll find 5 convenient Northwest Federal savings centers throughout Chicagoland's great Northwest Territory. So come into Northwest Federal Savings on your way to, from, or between work, shopping, or home. Anytime. Because Northwest Federal Savings keeps the best hours yours.
It's Northwest Federal Savings Time, 63 hours a week.
there are those people you never see. Oh, they take up space, they have shape and form, but somehow they simply don't register. They serve you in restaurants, they wait on you behind counters, they perform the 1,001 tasks required by our society. But an hour or even 5 minutes after you've spoken to them, you'd be hard put to describe them. I suppose they're just part of the background of life. And one of these people is Morton Miller. Of course, his wife notices him.
Morton, dear, I'm home.
Oh, yes. Hello, Olive, darling. I have dinner all ready for us.
Oh, Morton, dear, you shouldn't have.
Well, I didn't want you to have to fuss after a long, hard day at the office.
Aren't you going to tell me?
Tell you what?
What the doctor said.
Oh, what the doctor said. He said I would have to leave my job.
Oh. Well, we were half expecting that.
Yes, but to hear it as a verdict. That's what he said. I could no longer spend my days cooped up in an office, hunched over a desk.
Oh.
And so I said, if you have to audit books and accounts and so forth, you had to sit hunched up over a desk. I asked him what I was supposed to do. Starve to death?
Oh, Morton, dear.
No, he said. I would just have to change my lifestyle.
And so you shall, Morton, dear, and so you shall.
Do you know what else he said, Olive, darling?
Mm-hmm.
He said I would have to spend more time outdoors. Well, I'm not equipped for any outdoor work that I know of.
But there will have to be a change in your lifestyle. And perhaps it'll be one that's very much in keeping with the times.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, these days, it's not unusual any longer for the wife to work while the husband takes care of the home. Well, then, is there any reason why I shouldn't work while you run the house?
Yes.
Well, what is it?
You don't make enough money.
Oh, we'll get by. Well, now, what else did the doctor say?
He said I had to get away.
Oh?
To the mountains. I simply have to start breathing pure air to get my lungs clean.
Oh, well, when did he say you had to go?
The sooner the better. And to stay for at least a month.
A month? Oh, I can't take that much time off.
Oh, I certainly have no intention of going anywhere alone.
Well, if Dr. Marcus said you have to go, that's all there is to it.
But, Olive, darling...
Please listen, Morton, dear. Your health is more important than anything else.
To leave you for a month?
If it has to be.
Do you realize we've been married 20 years, Olive, darling? And we've never spent a day apart from each other?
Yes, Morton, dear. But there will have to be some changes.
I can get plenty of fresh air in the park.
No, if the doctor says you need a month of the mountains, then that's where you're going. Oh, where did Dr. Marcus suggest that you go?
The further away you get from civilization, the cleaner the air, and also the cheaper the accommodations.
Oh, Morton, dear, you're not to worry about money.
But, Olive, darling, I know how money works. It's my business. I know we have very little. I was hoping to go up to some town or better, some small village and get a job.
A job?
Well, maybe I could do somebody's books or something.
But you'll be working in an office again.
No. I'd sit under a tree on a mountaintop.
You're not going away to work, but to rest. Now, promise me you won't worry about money. Promise.
All right. I won't worry about money.
Good. Now, we'll spend the night packing, and you're going to get into the car and leave tomorrow morning.
Tomorrow morning, Olive, darling.
Tomorrow morning, Morton, dear. Hello?
Olive, darling.
Oh, Morton, dear. How are you?
I'm fine.
Where are you?
I'm either in Colorado or Wyoming. I'm not sure.
Well, have you found a place to stay?
No. I better go on a bit further.
Where?
Well, a fellow was telling me about a little village called Council Forks, about 50 miles further up in the mountains. Sounds first rate. I'll try to get there before dark.
Please, be careful.
Oh, I will. Is everything all right?
Of course.
Well, I'd better start driving. We may be in for some rain. I'll call you later. Goodbye, Olive, darling.
Goodbye, Morton, dear.
Is something the matter, Sheriff?
May I see your license and registration, please?
Oh, certainly. I wasn't speeding that I know of.
Just hand them over.
But what's wrong?
Let's see here. This one's name is Morton Miller. He's from Terre Haute, Indiana. Bobby, see if his license plates read 67892, like it says here. Joe, check it against the stolen sheet. Well, now, Mr. Miller, what you doing out here in the middle of no place in this absolutely hellacious rainstorm?
I'm bound for a town called, somebody said it was called, Council Forks.
Is that a fact? Why would anybody want to go to Council Forks?
I was told the air up there is very good.
Is that true? Well, Mr. Miller, be advised you're very well covered from four sides.
Covered?
Now, you please step out of the car.
But it's raining.
Well, you got mighty good powers of observation, Mr. Miller. Have to say that for you. Now, face the car. Lean your hands against it.
But,
All right, he's clean. Check out the inside and the back seat, Bobby.
But what are you looking for?
Let me have the key to your trunk, sir.
I wish you would tell me what
you got in the trunk there?
Just some clothes and some camping equipment.
What for?
I told you I'm coming up here for the air. It's doctor's orders.
Oh, yeah, Bobby, that does look like a bunch of camping stuff. Never mind messing it up. Okay, sir, you can get back in your car.
Oh, thank you, Sheriff. Do you mind telling me what this is all about?
A fellow robbed a payroll.
Oh?
Got away with over 100,000. We got reason to believe he's headed this way. Now be careful. He's armed with a big .45 caliber pistol. And he looks like he knows how to use it.
Oh, my goodness. I hope no one was killed.
There's going to be a pretty big reward out for this fella.
Reward?
Yeah. But unless you can handle a gun, don't get any big ideas.
Oh, me? No. I would never.
Now, if you want to get to Council Forks, remember to take the second left. If you miss it, you might just wander around lost in these mountains for the next 40 years.
Yes, sir. The next left.
No. The second left.
Oh, yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Put up your hands. I said raise your hands.
Wait.
Okay. Now, what do you want?
I really want to put my hands down. Because the rain's running down into my sleeves.
I got you covered from the window. There's a big .45 aimed at your heart.
Now,
The
listen.
door is unlocked. Move forward, turn the knob. Do everything slowly. That's it. Open the door. Step inside. Don't do anything quickly or abruptly. That's fine. Now close the door.
Look.
Step inside.
Look, all I want to do is,
Take off your hat. Drop it on the floor.
please, if
Take off your raincoat.
Oh, I'd really like to do that. It's sopping wet.
Do it slowly, just like everything else. Now, what are you supposed to be doing here?
Me? I just came up for a rest.
A rest, huh?
Excuse me, how long are you going to point that gun at me?
That depends.
Oh, on what?
On things.
I see. Any particular kind of things?
I'm a writer.
Huh, a writer.
Books, novels.
Really? What's your name?
Smith.
Smith?
Elton P. Smith.
I never heard of you.
That's because it's not my name.
But you just said...
It is my name, my real name, but it's not the name I write under.
Oh, I see. What name do you write under?
Is that important?
Well,
I have a lot of trouble finding privacy. Understand?
Well, yes.
If anyone knew I was up here, why, the place would be jam-packed with newspapermen, TV crews.
I wish you'd stop pointing that gun
Now,
at
they'd
me.
get in my hair, I wouldn't be able to write as much as one single solitary word.
Oh, sure.
Now, where'd you say you were headed? Toward Council Forks?
Yes, toward Council Forks.
What were you planning to do then?
I thought I'd look for a job.
A job?
Just for a couple of weeks.
A job doing what?
Oh, almost anything.
What's your line of work?
I'm a cost analyst.
Offhand, I wouldn't think there's much call for that in Council Forks.
Well, I also know how to cook.
Cook?
Yes. I'm a splendid amateur chef.
You know something? I'm starved.
Oh?
Some old lady was supposed to come up and keep house, but she never showed up. Now, how'd you like to stay here and cook?
I don't...
I got a whole bunch of stuff in the freezer, but I don't know how to boil water, and I'm starving to death.
Oh, yes, but you see, I'm really not interested in cooking. So maybe if I could get my car started...
You're not going anywhere.
What did you say?
I said, you're not going anywhere.
Put yourself in poor Morton Miller's position. He's looking into the barrel of a .45 caliber pistol. You can look at the muzzle of that gun and see your whole life dance by in review. But when the man who is holding that pistol calmly announces that you're not going anywhere, you know something? He's right. I'll be back with Act 2 shortly.
Hi, Harry. What's the guy doing with the bulldozer?
Oh, just knocking down my garage.
What the heck for?
I'm going to plant more lemon trees.
Gee, you have quite a few already.
Just 56, 17 in the tennis court, 12 where the patio used to be.
Harry, why so many lemon trees?
Oh, I don't know. I'm just crazy about fresh lemon juice. Love it in iced tea, on summer salad.
Why don't you just go out and buy lemon juice in a bottle?
Bottled lemon juice has preservatives in it, you know.
Not Minute Maid, 100% pure lemon juice.
What the heck's that?
100% pure lemon juice, no preservatives in a squeeze bottle.
Ooh, that'll be a good idea. When are they coming out with something like that?
Harry, they did. It's in your grocer's freezer case.
Come on. If Minute Maid had 100% pure lemon juice, why would I tear up the patio, cover over my swimming pool, and knock down the garage to plant 56 lemon trees? Huh? Joe?
Minute Maid 100% pure lemon juice in your grocer's freezer. Now fresh lemon juice doesn't have to come in a lemon.
Mr. Bulldozer, hold the garage.
Here she comes walking down the street, wrapped in a fur from the Ms. York Boutique. When you step out in a fur from the Ms. York Boutique, you're stepping out in something really special. Ms. York furs are real furs, imaginatively designed for your pleasure. Sleek, stylish, and sensuous. You'll find a delectable selection of fun furs at the Ms. York Boutique at York Furrier of Elmhurst. And not only are these furs delightful to wear, but their price makes them delightful to own.
And now you can save from 20 to 50% on York's entire collection of more than 2,000 beautiful furs during the exciting pre-season fur sale. In progress now at York Furrier, 107 North York Road in Elmhurst.
News Radio 78, WBBM, Chicago.
The hand that rocks the cradle is the hand that rules the world. The gentleman who made that remark should be forgiven. He was, after all, a poet. The hero of our story, Mr. Morton Miller, is right now looking at a hand which is not rocking a cradle. It is holding a .45 caliber pistol. And that hand, while it may not rule the world, is certainly going to rule Mr. Morton Miller.
What do you mean I'm not going anywhere?
You're not?
You mean you're going to use that gun to keep me here?
The rain's going to keep you here. The storm. Even if we're to stop this minute and clear up, the roads are all washed out. Oh, you'll be here for a while.
Look, I would like...
Yes?
Well, my wife is sure to be worried. I'd like to call her.
Your wife?
Yes.
I don't have a phone. I wouldn't want one.
You wouldn't?
I'd never get any of my work done. You know how people are, always pestering writers, talking about work. How about making us some dinner? All right. This isn't too bad. As a matter of fact, I can remember eating worse.
No. Well, I just threw some things together.
Well, looks like you got yourself a job. I'll tell you something. You don't look like a chef.
Oh, I'm not really a chef.
You know what you look like?
No.
You look like a cop.
A cop?
A federal cop.
I do?
You know why? Because you don't look like anybody. Federal cops, as a rule, have the kind of faces you just don't seem to be able to remember.
Oh, believe me, I'm not a police officer. I assure you.
Why should you want to assure me?
No reason.
I believe I'll try another rare slice of that roast.
Oh, by all means.
Let me have the knife. It's very sharp.
Oh, certainly. Here.
Slice you a piece?
No, I'm not hungry.
Let's listen to the news, huh?
The news?
No, it's just about 8 o'clock. Radio's right in back of you. Turn it on, huh?
Oh, surely.
Daring and dangerous bandit who escaped with well over $100,000 of the Tip-Top Tolliver Company payroll is believed headed this way. The Alvarado Mountain area is a fantastic place to hide out from the law. These woods and hills abound in natural hiding. Sheriff Armand Pendleton asks all citizens to report any suspicious-looking person. It is reported that ladies' skirts will be somewhat shorter this year.
You care?
Do I care about
According
what?
to news
If
from
skirts
New York,
are going to be
the
shorter
leading
this
news
year?
source will request in their
no.
latest
Well, turn it
release.
on. So, there's a bank robber running around loose, huh?
Is there?
Well, just on the news, didn't you hear?
Well, I wasn't really listening.
You mean you didn't hear what the announcer said?
I only listen to that kind of story with half an ear.
Half an ear. That's very interesting.
Well, there's so much of it. I mean, violence of one kind or another.
Is that so?
And this fellow who robbed the Tip-Top Tolliver Corporation, he didn't kill anybody.
No, he didn't. Well, I don't know about you, but I'm ready to turn in.
Look, maybe I might be able to get my car started after all.
Well, you forget you've taken a job here.
I have?
Why, certainly. You're my cook. I beg your pardon, chef.
Well,
Look at how nice and easy it is, huh? Just a cook for the two of us.
But I was thinking...
Your room's at the top of the stairs. Very nice, large, airy room, private bath.
But I really should...
I'm doing this for your good, you know.
Thank you, but...
You're welcome. Now, let's not say any more about it. That smells delicious.
Oh, it's just bacon and eggs.
Just bacon and eggs. Well, when they're prepared by a master chef.
Oh, but I'm not a...
Look at you. Look at you. Your clothes are wet.
Well, they're still wet from last night.
That's more recently. How'd that happen? You were thinking of leaving. I guess the rain was too much for you, huh?
No, I just went to my car to get some dry clothes.
Is that what you did?
Yes.
Then why didn't you put them on?
I thought I'd make breakfast first.
Here's a man who's not only an expert at his job, he's also devoted to his duty. Why don't you switch on the radio? We can hear the news.
There is still no word on the man who robbed the Tip-Top Tolliver Corporation, except that police are positive he is headed for the Alvarado Mountains. As a matter of fact, he may very well be there now. The bandit is polite and well-spoken. And that's really all we know about him, except that he stole $109,000. Timothy Tolliver, Jr., president of the corporation, has announced a $10,000 reward for the apprehension of the criminal, dead or alive. On a less gruesome note...
Lieutenant, what do you think of that? A $10,000 reward.
For whom?
For the fellow who robbed the Tip-Top Tolliver Corporation.
Oh.
A man could be tempted.
Tempted to do what?
Turn this fellow in.
Oh. Well, first he would have to find the robber, wouldn't he?
Yes, I suppose he would.
I wouldn't want that kind of money.
You mean you don't need $10,000?
Well, maybe I do need it, but I certainly don't want it. I don't approve of that kind of thing.
What kind of thing?
Being, I suppose you would call it, being an informer.
I see.
Now, you take that robber. They say he's headed for the Alvarado Mountains, and that makes sense.
Yes?
He could have found himself somebody's old summer house. Nobody comes here till after the spring rains. So he has at least 6 weeks or a month to lay, that is, to lie low.
Go on.
And even if someone happens along, he can say that he's a writer who needs privacy. Except
what?
Except I don't see any typewriter.
You don't?
No.
Well, not all writers use them, you know.
Oh.
Me, I like to write with a pen, a long yellow pad.
Oh, I didn't know that. But about that robber.
Yes?
Well, I want to say he wouldn't have anything to fear from me.
He wouldn't?
No, sir. All I know is that I was lost in these mountains. I was sopping wet. I was tired and cold and hungry. And I'm not supposed to let things get that way because my health isn't too good.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear about that.
And this person, he invited me into his home.
No, hold it. You mean to imply that I'm the...
Oh, no, Mr. Smith. Absolutely not.
All right, then what are you saying?
I'm saying if you were the robber... if that tiny little two-letter word, if it covers a wide territory.
Well, don't push it too far.
If you were the robber, it would mean nothing to me.
Is that so?
Absolutely so. To me, you are the kind human being who gave me shelter from the storm, food and drink, and even a job. No, sir. You could trust me.
Yeah. Supposing I were the robber, why should I do that?
Why?
Why? That's another important little word, just like if. I have, you see, this .45 caliber pistol here.
I see it.
Why shouldn't I put a slug through you?
Because.
Because why? You better think fast. If I were this robber, I'd realize there's a reward on my head. Why take chances? One bullet, and it's over. And I could toss your body out over the cliff where it wouldn't be found, in 100 years. If I were the robber. Why shouldn't I do that?
Because that's not the kind of man you are.
How do you know what kind of man I am?
Well, maybe you're a robber, but you're not a murderer. I know human nature. I know you wouldn't shoot a man in cold blood.
Is that a fact?
Yes, it is, and I'll bet my life on it.
Say, is there any more of that great bacon in those pancakes?
Oh, sure. All you want.
What's for dinner?
Some boeuf bourguignon.
Boeuf bourguignon? That sounds terrific. You know something? If I were this robber, I don't think I would shoot you.
I know that.
Not for a while, anyway. You cooked the best food I ever ate in my life.
Good morning, Mr. Smith.
Good morning.
You're up early?
I don't sleep much, hardly at all.
I see.
What do you see?
Oh, it's just a figure of speech. Actually, I don't see it all. It's just that we say things to pass the time.
Uh-huh.
I was thinking of taking a drive into town.
Oh, were you?
Is there any reason why I shouldn't?
Oh, no, not at all.
I want to call my wife. And there's a special herb that grows around this part of the country, and I thought I'd pick it up in one of the stores.
Really?
Oh, you should see what it does to the taste of meat.
Well, then, by all means, we should have some.
Would you want to drive into town with me?
No. I've got a deadline on a book, and I must spend the day writing.
Uh-huh. Is there anything you want me to pick up for you?
No, thanks. I can't think of a thing.
Okay, then I'd better get into the car.
Have a nice trip.
Well, thank you.
Is there something wrong?
I don't know. I can't seem to make anything happen.
What do you mean?
Well, I turn the key and the starter doesn't... It's dead.
Try it again.
Oh, that's just what I'm doing.
Well, that's odd. Let me open the hood and take a look.
I have a brand new battery, and I just had a tune-up. What
I found the problem.
Oh, what is it?
Here, take a look.
At what?
You see the top of your distributor cap? It looks like a hairline fracture.
What does that mean?
It means you can't get any current.
Well, it was perfectly all right when I got here.
Of course, had to be.
I see. That crack, how did that happen?
Sometimes it just breaks under the shock of very high voltage. You know the force that's required to start that engine?
Could it have been broken?
Been broken? How?
Well, someone could have given it a sharp blow with a hammer or something. That's possible, isn't it?
Now, why would anyone want to do a thing like that?
Why? You tell us. A very subtle gentleman, this Mr. Elton P. Smith, or whatever his name is. So far, everything has been smooth, calm, and polite. A conference with our automobile mechanic yields the information that distributor caps can crack of their own accord. On the other hand, somewhere on those premises, there just might be over $100,000, plus a $10,000 reward. I'll return shortly with the third act.
The long Labor Day weekend is a perfect time to paint your house, so take advantage of the perfect time to buy paint during the True Test Labor Day paint sale at True Value Hardware stores. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you you'll find True Value Hardware stores' finest exterior and interior paint on sale for just $8.97 a gallon. True Test Weatherall acrylic latex house paint resists stains, weathering, blistering, and peeling. Use it and put more years between you and your next paint job. True Test Easy Care Latex Flat Enamel resists stains on your walls, so most stains just wash away. That's why Easy Care is called the wash and wear paint. And the soft, flat look is great for walls and woodwork in any room of your home. Get True Test Easy Care in white and 44 colors, and True Test Weatherall in white and 35 Jamestown colors, both for just $8.97 a gallon, now until September the 4th, during the True Test Labor Day paint sale, exclusively at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers. Tell them Pat Summerall sent you.
The Chicagoland Dodge Squad is coming at you because Chicagoland needs to know more about Dodge. See Aurora Dodge in Aurora.
We tend to think of payroll robbers as cutthroat bandits and murderous desperados. I'm sure many, if not the majority of them are. However, sometimes you come across a crook who's just like anybody else. He really doesn't like to kill people, and all in all, he may be a very reasonable person. This doesn't excuse him. It just adds to the infinite variety of the human race. Two members of the human race are discussing matters high on a Colorado mountaintop.
I'm sorry she's cracked on you.
How could a thing like that happen?
You notice how I just referred to your distributor cap as a she?
All of a sudden.
Why do we do that? Refer to pieces of machinery as she.
Gee, how can you fix a thing like that?
You suppose it has anything to do with sex?
Maybe I could take a walk.
A walk?
Maybe I could find some of those herbs I was telling you about. They grow wild here, I believe.
Well, I don't know if I should let you risk it.
What am I risking?
Your neck, for one thing.
Oh?
Sure. It's rough country. Very steep. You could fall and break an ankle. Another thing, this is copperhead country.
Copperhead?
Oh, yeah. Place just teems with them. They're more deadly than rattlers, you know.
Oh.
I don't mean the poison's more deadly. It's about the same. But at least a rattler might warn you. A copperhead won't. No, sir. The fact is you never see a copperhead. He just lies there, blends in with the ground. You pass by and zit. That's it. You bought it.
Oh. Well, I'm sure I'd be extra careful.
I'm only saying this all for your own good, you know.
Let's suppose that you were that payroll bandit. There are two reasons why I would never turn you in.
Tell me about them.
First, I'm not an informer. I think you have to be born with a little streak of that in you.
What's the second reason?
It has to do with the Tip Top Tolliver Corporation, the place you. The place the robber held up.
What about the Tip Top Tolliver Corporation?
Well, I personally have no use for Timothy Tolliver Jr.
Oh, really? Is he a friend of yours?
Oh, no, he's a millionaire. How would I get to know him?
Well, then what have you got against him?
Everybody knows his ethics are questionable.
Are they?
He's pulled off some very shady deals. He's taken advantage of people who trusted him. So, you see, I can't feel badly about his being robbed.
You still shouldn't venture too far. It is dangerous, you know.
Oh, I'll be very careful. I just want to find some of those herbs. Let's see, the main road should be... If I keep on working in this direction, maybe I can come across it. What's that?
What's there, Bolivar? Down, Bolivar. Down. Who are you? What you doing here?
Oh, hi. I already told you what I was doing here.
You did? When was this?
Last week. You stopped my car, Sheriff. Don't you remember? It was a rainstorm. And you asked me where I was headed, and I said Council Forks.
Oh, yeah. I don't remember your face, but I do recall a conversation.
Right. You were looking for a payroll bandit.
We still are.
What makes you think he's around here?
Part of that money. Not much. Maybe about $1,000 worth was in $50 bills.
Oh.
And they were marked. We've been following a trail of them $50 bills. They lead us right smack into the Alvarado Hills. Why are you so nervous?
I understand there are a great many copperheads around here.
Yeah, probably standing on one right now. Now, a week ago, you told me you was headed for Council Forks?
Yes, sir, I did.
Just a matter of routine form, I checked around Council Forks. Nobody reported seeing you or an out-of-state car either.
Oh, well, I never did get there.
Yeah, I can see that.
I took the wrong turn. You know me.
No, I don't know you. Could you be the bandit?
Me? Oh, no. Don't you know what a bandit looks like?
They come in all shapes, sizes, and colors.
Let me give you my driver's license. It has my picture on it, so you know it's mine. Okay? Check it. You'll find I've been a cost analyst for London & Spears till just about a month ago. Call my doctor, Dr. Benjamin Marcus. He'll tell you he sent me up here for my health.
Never mind all that. Just tell me why you're so nervous.
But I'm not.
I've been a sheriff 40 years, and I know the signs. A week ago, you said you was headed for Council Forks. Never got there.
I told you I got lost.
But where you been spending your time?
Where?
You look well-fed, well-rested. You shaved this morning.
Oh, I always shave, every morning.
Where did you shave?
I've been camping.
Camping?
You saw that equipment in the back of my car.
Where's your camp? I'd like to take a look at it.
You know something? I have no sense of direction. I think I'm lost.
Where's the fella that robbed the payroll? Now, let's get down to facts. You ran into this guy.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, but I know. Tenderfoot like you trying to let on that you could camp by yourself in this wilderness. You had to stay with somebody. Admit it. Now, look. There ain't nobody supposed to be living in a 20-mile radius of this place at this time. So you ran into this fella, and you're staying with him. He don't let on who he is, and it never occurs to you because you ain't trained to spot these outlaw types. Admit it.
I admit it.
Now, where is he?
Where's who?
The fella you're staying with. You have to tell us, because if you don't, you become an accessory.
You're asking me to become an informer.
I'm asking you to do your duty as a law-abiding citizen.
No.
No?
This man shared his home with me, his food and his trust. And I promised him.
You promised him? I want to forget you said that. That gets you right into jail.
I gave him my word.
It was illegal. There's a reward.
Blood money. I won't take it.
You don't have to. But there's one thing you have to do. Lead us to where this man is hiding.
I don't know if... I don't know if I can.
Now, just remember, it's your law. It's your country. It's your job to protect it.
Yes, but I still can't...
How'd you like to sit in jail for a while? I can arrest you on suspicion.
You're right. Reason, justice, everything's on your side.
Where's he staying?
The name on the door says Maltby.
Maltby? The old Maltby house.
Now, I don't want a reward. When you go after him, just make sure you bring a new distributor cap for my car.
That's all you want?
That's all I want. I don't want to have to face him.
You'll have to. If he puts up a fight, somebody might get killed. You go back and kind of distract his attention.
But of course, we could all be mistaken. He might not be the man.
Now, you don't really believe that, do you? Now, make sure you keep him busy. Get him into an argument or a game of chess or a game of cards. Can I depend on you?
Yes. You can depend on me.
This is fantastic. I never tasted anything this good. You must have found those herbs, eh?
Yes, I did.
What's the matter? You look under the weather. Is there anything wrong?
No.
I just have to have another helping. Say, that isn't fattening, is it?
Oh, I don't think so.
Freeze! Oh, say, what's the idea?
You're under arrest.
What for?
Just shut up while I read you your rights.
Now, look here. I'm a writer from New York. Mr. Maltby let me use his house. You can call him and ask him.
Mr. Maltby is mountain climbing in Switzerland someplace. He won't be back for 6 months. See what's in that packet, Bobby. Is there more in that drawer? Well, look at these.
Now, wait. I never saw that before in my life.
$50 bills. If I compare the serial numbers against the stolen ones, will they be the same?
Look, Sheriff, I am...
Tell it to the judge, Mr. Smith.
I'm sorry, Mr. Smith. I'm sorry. Olive, darling.
Oh, Morton, dear.
I was so lonesome without you.
Oh, I thought the month would never go by.
It seemed like a year.
You know, something very amusing took place up near where you were. Did you hear about it?
Hear about what?
Well, there was this payroll holdup at some company with a funny-sounding name.
Tip Top Tolliver. I may have read about it.
Yes.
Well, what happened?
Well, you see, they thought the bandit was hiding out around the Alvarado Mountains. They tracked him down, and they arrested him because they found some of the stolen money on him. But he was the wrong man.
He was?
Yes. It seems he was able to prove that he was a writer from New York.
A writer? That sounds fantastic.
Yes. You know, the real bandit had come to the house and stayed there hiding out until he saw the sheriff approach. Then he just framed this poor Mr. Smith.
Oh, my goodness. Did the real thief get away?
Of course. And with most of the money.
Don't they know what he looks like?
Well, they can't seem to agree on a description. It seems the fellow was one of those, nondescript-looking people. Nothing about him you could remember.
People tell me I look like that.
Oh, no, Morton, dear. Why, you're so handsome and distinguished. Who could ever forget a face like yours?
Well, I've been going over our assets, and... Olive, darling, we may have quite enough when we retire, after all.
Oh, I have all the confidence in the world in you, Morton, dear.
Thank you, Olive, darling.
Chalk one up for the plain people of this world. Not that we necessarily approve of Morton Deer's methods. I'm sure there are those of you who feel that he did not receive his just deserts. But, of course, in the banquet of life, so many of us don't receive a full portion of our soup, appetizer, and main course either. I shall return shortly.
Announcing Buick's open door policy. An open invitation to come in and inspect, examine, and really discover why the 1977 Buicks are selling better than any other Buicks in history. Take a look at the Electra, the ultimate Buick, with meaningful room for 6 and an interior that's pure Buick. Power steering, power brakes, power windows, all standard. And discover also that this is a great time to buy a new Buick. Your Buick dealer is open to reasonable offers. Buick's open door policy at your Buick dealer.
Now, some questions for the Shell Answer Man. What can I do now that will help get my car back if it's stolen?
Mark your car to make it identifiable.
But it has identification numbers.
Professional thieves often alter those numbers. Mark your car in hard-to-find spots on the engine or body.
With what?
Try fingernail polish. It can help you claim your car if it's recovered. Learn more about protecting your car and yourself in the Car Crime Prevention Book. It's free at participating Shell dealers. Come to Shell for answers.
Go picnicking with Kentucky Fried Chicken. Picnicking with Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Here it comes, Chicagoland. Another great Labor Day weekend. And what a great time to get out of the house and into the car and go picnicking with a country good Kentucky Fried Chicken meal. Here at the Colonel's, you'll find everything you need for a real picnic celebration. Order your favorite kind of finger-licking good chicken, tender original recipe, or crunchy extra crispy. Add hot corn on the cob, dinner rolls, some of the Colonel's famous fixings, and you've got all the makings of a country good picnic. What's more, all 131 Chicagoland Kentucky Fried Chicken stores will be open on Labor Day. So wherever you are this Labor Day weekend, you're never too far from a country good Kentucky Fried Chicken meal. Make the most of this special weekend. Go picnicking with Kentucky Fried Chicken.
It's America's country good meal. Kentucky Fried Chicken. America's country good meal.
The face of the clerk, the waiter, the cab driver, a thin, elderly gentleman sitting across the aisle on the bus, that middle-aged lady with mousy-colored hair and glasses. How many of these faces can you remember, even 10 minutes after you encountered them? How many do you even see? How can you hope to sense the drama that may be seething inside one of them? Some of them, all of them, or perhaps none of them. Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Ralph Bell, Bryna Rayburn, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores.
News Radio 78, WBBM, Chicago.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. We've been promised a lifetime of 70 years and 10. Civilization has created science which can add considerably to that expectation. Civilization has also created an entire witch's brew of sicknesses and psychoses which can dramatically shorten our existence. The whole business has always been a two-edged sword. One side of the blade kills, the other cures.
But you cannot condemn that young woman to death.
I cannot. Why?
Because, well, she's the victim. The weak, defenseless victim.
And what of it?
It's against the law.
My dear, the supreme law is the law of nature. And the law of nature always condemns the weak and defenseless to death. Doesn't it? Our mystery drama, The Guy de Maupassant Murders, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne and Marion Seldes. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act One. So much of life is a gamble. Our fate is always in the hands of complete strangers. The drunken driver, the impersonal sniper. Each of us who lives in the midst of human society is, in effect, hostage to fortune. Only our Maker has the supreme power to create. But anyone, everyone, here below, has the terrible ability to destroy. It is late at night, and while the street is fairly well lighted, it is nevertheless deserted. On the corner, we have a bus stop, and one of those telephone stands, you know, where the phone is out in the open. A young lady is nervously depositing a coin in the slot. And now she begins to dial.
I think it's 1434. Oh, hurry, please. Please, answer quickly, please.
Police.
This is a special number for that killer, isn't it?
Yes, ma'am. Do you have any word
I
about...
think I'm being followed.
Where are you? Quickly.
Maybe it's my imagination.
Lady, where are you?
Oh, no, it's not my imagination.
Where are you? Jerry, get a trace.
A man, he's coming toward me.
Run. Yell for help.
Careful.
Lady, where are you?
No, don't shoot me.
Run. Scream.
I won't tell the police. I won't say where I am. Just don't shoot me.
Lady.
Fifth and Boward.
Jerry, every car to Fifth and Boward.
Big man, black coat, black.
Lady.
Good morning, Mrs. Mullins.
Good morning, Your Honor.
That's a somewhat scanty-looking breakfast, Miss Mullins.
It's nutritionally balanced, Your Honor. You asked me to follow the diet laid down by the doctor.
Oh, well, there should be moderation in all things.
If you were capable of moderation, we wouldn't need the diet now, would we?
Game, set, and match to Mrs. Mullins as usual. What's new in the paper?
The mysterious killer has struck again.
Has he?
The mysterious killer. The mad killer, the unknown killer.
Yeah, he is all those indeed.
Well, the killer. According to the paper here, he claimed his fifth victim last night.
Has he killed so many people already?
Oh, yes, Judge. And all with a bullet from the same .22 caliber weapon. A young woman named Cora May Prentice, it says. Age 30.
Age 30. What a waste. What a waste.
Happened at 5th and Boward. She was waiting for a bus, and she saw a man approach. There was a phone booth at the corner, and she was able to dial the police.
Could she tell them anything?
Oh, poor woman. She was paralyzed with fear.
I can imagine.
And she managed to say he was big, black raincoat, black mustache.
That's all?
Yeah, except for the usual little note placed on the victim's chest with just the words, "Thou shalt kill."
Let me look at that newspaper for a moment, if you please.
Oh, sir, your coffee's getting cold.
Where do they describe the killer? Oh, yes, yeah. Big, black raincoat, black mustache. Why, bless my soul. The woman could be describing me.
Oh, Judge.
I'm 6 feet 3 inches tall.
Oh, Judge, you have a great sense of humor.
I weigh 230 pounds. I'm under a strain. I'm on a starvation diet.
Oh, 2,500 calories a day hardly comes under the heading of a...
And I have a black mustache.
Judge Wilmot, I hardly think...
I also wear a black trench coat, rain or shine.
Well, Judge, what are you going to do? Turn yourself in? Confess?
Poor girl.
Yeah, all 5 of them. Poor girls. Will they ever catch this killer, Judge?
Eventually.
But how?
Well, you see, if he were to stop now...
Yes?
I suppose he'd be home free.
What do you mean?
Well, there are no real leads. No hard evidence. If he got rid of that .22 caliber revolver, the one that fired all those fatal bullets, how could he ever be brought to book?
But do you think that will happen?
No, Mrs. Mullins. He's under some compulsion. Keeps driving him.
What sort of compulsion?
Oh, he may not even know himself.
Well, do you think he knows what he's doing?
That's a complex question. He may know what he's doing while he's doing it, but after he's done it, he may not know that he did it.
Then are you saying that this man might be leading two separate, unconnected lives?
Yes.
And while he's in one life, he's not aware of the other?
It's possible.
Well, then how will he ever be caught?
That's a problem for the police.
Oh, it's a problem for everybody who walks the street at night.
And if he chooses his victims, seemingly at random, in more or less deserted places, it does become a serious situation. But he'll be caught.
How?
Oh, he'll give himself away.
You mean confess?
The killer has a problem of vanity. He's the center of so much attention, the focus of so much activity. He wants to take a bow. All this fame is something he wants to enjoy. He'll find a strange way to make sure he's caught.
How will he do it?
Oh, he'll drop clues deliberately. He already has.
He has? What are they?
The little note he leaves with each victim.
Thou shalt kill.
Yeah, there's a meaning in it somewhere. Well, I believe he has monopolized enough of our morning. I must be off.
Oh, you haven't finished breakfast.
I am not hungry.
Well, will we be going up to the summer house this weekend?
Oh, yes. I know I'll have an opinion to write. I find inspiration in the pure air of the country.
When Fred gets here, what shall I tell him to bring up?
Whatever supplies you may require of the kitchen. My fishing gear, naturally. Oh, and have him stop off at Simmons Hardware and get me a box of 22 caliber cartridges. I may want to do some target shooting.
Didn't he buy you a box of those 22 cartridges just a couple of weeks ago?
He may have. I just don't know where they all go. Another of your dietetic masterpieces, Mrs. Mullins.
You call it what you like. It's keeping you alive.
But is life worth living under these circumstances?
Well, as some gentleman or other said, think of the alternative. Now, just get up from the table right now and stop thinking about food.
Yeah, all I can really do is to think about it. I get so very little of it. Where's Fred?
He had to go back to the city. He'll be here in the morning.
He'd better be. I want to take the boat out.
Now, this would be a good time to sit down and start writing your opinion.
Now, you're to quit hectoring me, Mrs. Mullins.
Hector? My. I thought that word went out of style 40 years ago.
It may have. They haven't replaced it with anything better.
Oh, I can tell by the mood you're in that you've decided against the defendant. Poor fellow.
No, Mrs. Mullins, you know I never discuss my cases.
That's not true, Judge. You do it all the time.
How can you say that?
In your own way.
I think I'll go out for a walk.
Good evening, Judge Wilmot.
Dorcas, how are you?
Just fine, Judge. I never did get a chance to thank you.
For what?
Now, don't pretend you don't know for what. I'm so grateful.
Oh, it was nothing, really.
It was everything, Judge. When George died, I didn't know what I was going to do, how I was going to keep the store. But thanks to you, I got the post office.
Well, I'm really happy things are working out for you, Dorcas.
Yeah. You know, Judge, I gave up the car. It's only a half mile from the post office to my house. A half-mile walk along this deserted road at night. It doesn't bother me at all.
It shouldn't. Not up here.
Now, a couple of minutes ago, I saw you coming towards me. I didn't know it was you, but it was the figure of a man. I couldn't make out exactly who it was in the distance, but I wasn't the least little bit scared. In the city, I'd have been frightened out of my wits. That's the difference.
Yes, that's the difference.
But I often stop to think, what is the difference exactly? Is it that we have more respect for the law out here?
The law?
Yes, Judge, the law.
You seem to be interested in the law, Dorcas.
Yes, sir. If my folks had any money, I believe I'd have gone to law school. I always wanted to be a lawyer. The law fascinates me.
The law.
Judge, is something wrong?
The law. What do you know about it?
Judge, are you all right? You look a little sick.
Do you know what the law commands us to do?
Judge, if I don't get going, the kids will start to worry about me.
The law of nature. It can be expressed in one word. Kill.
Oh, yeah. I never looked at it that way.
You have a right.
A right? What kind of a right?
The right to know.
The right to know what?
The right to know why I'd have to kill you.
Judge, what are you saying?
To kill is the law. The law of nature.
Judge,
To kill is nature's law.
Look, Judge,
We obey her. We are the children of nature.
Please.
Her word is our command.
Let go of my arm.
You have children. You insist they obey you.
Oh, yes, Judge. Yes, that's why I have to get home.
They must obey you because you know best.
Absolutely. So I
You
better
must
get home.
all obey our mother, who is nature, and her command is kill.
You wouldn't. You're not going to shoot me.
Nature commands it.
Please. Please. Why? Oh, it's you.
Yes, Mrs. Mullins, it is I.
You're allowed to have 1 cup of coffee, no cream or sugar.
How unspeakably generous of you, madam.
Did you have a nice walk?
Oh, yes.
Anything happen?
What could happen?
What could happen? If anything, our story proves that we live in a world of infinite possibilities. Are there any more surprises? Can there be surprises in a world that has seen just about every barrier to belief broken and shattered? Well, we've given you the murderer in Act 1, but don't think you aren't in for some surprises when I return with Act 2. Nutritionists tell us we are what we eat. Psychiatrists tell us we are what we hate. Therefore, it is reasonable to assume, A, that secretly we ourselves want to do those very things that we condemn in others, stealing, killing, and so on. Or, B, that we eat things that we don't like, which means that most people are either frustrated or suffer from indigestion, or both.
Judge, may I present my brother, Lieutenant John Altman of the City Police?
How do you do, Lieutenant?
Judge?
Have you had your breakfast?
Well,
join us. I hope you're not hungry.
Oh, Judge.
Nasty situation, I understand, Lieutenant.
Well, it's the killer.
Does that mean he's up here now, too?
I'm in charge of the investigation back in town. This thing happened last night, and they asked me to come up and see if there's a connection.
Is there, Lieutenant?
There has to be. He left that same little note. Thou shalt kill. And we've just got the report from ballistics. It's the same gun.
What's he doing up here?
He's probably on vacation.
Poor Dorcas. All those children are orphans. Were there any clues?
Some kids driving home from a dance saw her body in the middle of the road. And that's all we have. Well, that's not true. We do have something else. I received a note from him the other day.
You did, John?
It's been printed that I'm in charge of the investigation, so the killer looks at me as his, I guess you could say, opponent or antagonist.
Oh, what does the note say?
It fits in with thou shalt kill. He writes, why, then, is it a crime to kill? Yes, why? On the contrary, it is the law of nature.
And?
And that's all.
That's all he wrote. There's no way to trace the writing or the paper?
No, I'm afraid not. What's your theory on this thing, Judge?
You're dealing with a madman.
Oh, we know that going in.
He suffers from one of the forms of amnesia. He obviously has periods in which he disassociates himself from the world of reality and wanders off into another world of illusion.
Or perhaps what we call the world of illusion is for him the world of reality.
That's true. I had forgotten for a moment you were a teacher of psychology.
I didn't teach psychology. I taught literature.
Forgive me, Mrs. Mullins.
Actually, psychology is derived from literature.
You got us started, Judge.
The psychologists stole everything from the writers. Well, after all, the Oedipus complex was discovered not by a psychiatrist, but by a playwright.
Oh, Martha. How did it feel to grow up with such a smart sister, Lieutenant?
If I were smart, I'd have chosen a profession that paid me a decent pension, so I wouldn't have to spend my so-called golden years as a housekeeper for a man who insists on digging his grave with his teeth.
She really is a delightful lady, Lieutenant.
All right, now that message he sent you, say that again, John.
Why, then, is it a crime to kill? Yes, why? On the contrary, it's the law of nature.
That's it, John.
No? Yes.
Precisely the way it was put.
I memorized it word for word, Martha.
Well, are you sure he wrote, why then is it a crime to kill, not why is it a crime to kill? I mean, you're sure about the word then?
Positive.
Is there a point to this, Miss Mullins?
Yes, there's a literary feel to it.
Well, the killer could very well be a literary person.
You see, why is it a crime? I mean, that's a question anybody could ask. But why then is it a crime is obviously part of an argument. It's been lifted out of a context. He's quoting somebody.
Who?
I don't know, John. It's like a thought that has been developed by a novelist or a dramatist or an essayist.
Well, is it familiar?
Yes. I have a feeling that I must have read it somewhere before.
Martha, here's why I asked you down here. Another note came in the mail this morning. Here, read it.
Every being has the mission to kill. He kills to live, and he lives to kill. John, he's quoting somebody. I mean, this is familiar.
What is it?
I've read it. I know I've read it.
Where?
A long time ago. Why then is it a crime to kill? Yes. Why? On the contrary, it is the law of nature. Now, that's the first note he sent you.
Yeah, that's right.
And now the second note. Every being has the mission to kill. He kills to live, and he lives to kill. Fits together. It follows. It flows. It's part of the same sentiment.
Okay, I buy it. Now, who wrote it?
Mission, kill, nature, crime. Now, those are the four key words.
Well, maybe the killer wrote it all himself.
Oh, no, I don't think so.
Why not?
Why not? Well, I suppose I was going to say that the writing is too polished, too poetic, too classic to be the work of some mad killer, but that's not the real reason.
Tell me the real reason.
It's too familiar. I know that I've read it somewhere before.
But can you try to remember?
You know what the trouble is, John? Some people haven't read enough. And I, on the other hand, have read too much. Do you think you'll send us another note?
I don't know. The medics have given us a profile on this guy. Shy, repressed, quiet. Maybe lives with his mother. Definitely not married. In fact, they all seem to agree he somehow doesn't make it with women.
Well, what's your opinion?
I don't know. Anybody can be a killer.
Well, of course, that's true theoretically.
It's true practically, too. We used to think people had problems because they didn't have money. Look at all these kids we keep arresting. So many of them have all the money they could ever spend.
Maybe they didn't have love.
Okay. So anybody could be deprived of love. So anybody could be the mad killer.
Anybody?
Don't search for the obvious nut, for the funny-looking eccentric. As it says, he may be walking among us.
Oh, the identity is hidden somewhere in those notes. The ones that say, thou shalt kill, which he leaves on his victims, and the ones he just sent to you.
You know what I'm thinking? Even if we could find out where he got those quotations, what would it tell us?
What would it tell us?
It would just tell us what books he reads.
Oh, John, that could tell us everything.
Taxi! Taxi!
Yes, sir.
Take me to 18 Morrissey, please.
18 Morrissey, right. Music bother you, sir?
No, not at all.
Some people don't like it, but you know, they're too timid. Is that it? Yeah. They're timid. They're just too timid to say, driver, turn it off. So they sit there and they have a miserable ride.
Yeah. I'm having a very pleasant ride, thank you.
Are you going to ask me the question?
The question?
I get it every time. What's a good-looking girl like you doing driving a cab?
What are you doing driving a cab?
Making a living.
Is it a good living?
Oh, I don't complain. If I did, who would listen?
Is driving a cab what you want to do?
Now I'm an actress.
Oh,
And I'm, as they say, at liberty.
I understand.
And this beats waiting on tables.
I imagine it would.
And it leaves the days free for making rounds.
Rounds?
Knocking on producers' doors.
Oh, I see.
You know, you're one of the very few people who didn't pop off at me at being a lady cab driver.
Well, you must admit it's kind of a novelty.
Oh, not all that much of a novelty anymore. You know, you'd think that there's some kind of law that says that...
Law?
A law that says that only men can drive cabs. Well, I understand there used to be such a law. Women couldn't get hack licenses. But it's been repealed.
There's only one law.
Or maybe it hasn't been repealed. It's just nobody pays any attention to it anymore.
There's the basic law of nature.
You'd be surprised how many laws they still have on the books that nobody knows about.
The law that cannot be denied.
And that nobody even tries to enforce.
This law must be enforced.
For example, I know for a fact we have a law that says you can't lead a white horse through the street on Sunday.
Stop for a moment.
No one's going to lead a white horse.
Young lady, I said stop for a moment.
Yes, sir. Is something... No. No!
Good evening, Mrs. Mullins.
Good evening, sir.
Something seems amiss, Mrs. Mullins.
You've been out. I suppose you haven't heard the news.
News?
Oh, obviously you haven't. The killer, the mad killer, the mysterious killer, whomever, whatever, has claimed another victim.
When did this happen?
I heard it on the news just a few hours ago.
His seventh victim, I believe. This thing has gone too far. Something will have to be done.
Yes, sir.
Who was it this time?
The girl's name was Julia Tate. She was an actress.
Actress?
Yes, but she was moonlighting as a cab driver.
No. Now, that is a shame. Girl probably spends the whole day looking for work in the theater. Then at night, she takes on this difficult and hazardous job driving a cab.
Yes, they found the usual note, "Thou shalt kill." I'm sure they'll find it was done with the usual .22 caliber gun.
I'm sure that somewhere he left something behind that must incriminate him.
Yes, sir, but the problem is to find it. And as my brother, Lieutenant Altman, would say, to know what it is when you do find it. I'll answer it, sir. Judge Wilmot's resident. Oh, yes, John, wait a minute. Yes, I'll write it down. It's Lieutenant Altman. He's just received another note from the killer. All right, John, I'm ready. Man kills, yes, without ceasing to nourish himself. But since, in addition, he needs to kill for pleasure, it is not enough to kill beasts. He must kill man, too. Long ago, this need was satisfied by human sacrifice. Now, the necessity of modern society has made murder a crime. Is that all, John? Yes, it flows. It has to be part of the same thought, part of the same piece. Let me try to remember some things, John. Yes, right. Goodbye.
Am I to understand the killer has been sending Morton notes to the police?
Yes, he seems to be expressing quite a philosophy of life, or I should say, death.
I hope he puts a stop to it before long. People will soon be too terrified to walk the streets.
Where have I heard those words before? Where have I read them? I know it's familiar. It's on the tip of my tongue, too.
Miss Mullins, I've had a rather strenuous walk this evening.
But you're required to. That's doctor's orders.
It made me hungry. I was thinking of a little snack.
That, sir, is out of the question.
Why?
Well, you defeat the purpose of exercise if you eat back all the weight you've just walked off.
But walking makes me ravenously hungry.
That, sir, is your problem.
You know, Martha Mullins, there are times when I could kill you.
Let's drop the curtain right now. We'll never get a better line than that one. Talk about your double entendre. You get it tripled right here. Well, now, what does he mean? Of course, I'll kill you is often used as an epithet, but usually by those who have no intention of doing it. Here, we're dealing with a man who has already killed 7 people. What's another one, more or less? We'll have the grand total ready to add up in Act 3. No man, we are told, is a hero to his valet. This does not mean, however, that he cannot serve in that capacity to his housekeeper. Judge James Marshall Wilmot is certainly cast in the heroic mold. He is tall, imposing, brilliant, famous. Of course, he has a bit of a problem, but so far, only you and I are aware of it.
John, I know I've read those words in the note somewhere before.
But where? Think.
Well, I said it was written in a classic style.
Who wrote it?
Well, it has to be a classic author. Although
what?
Though it could be modern, too.
Oh, somewhere, somehow, sometime, there has to be a break in this thing. Why can't it be now? Police. Yes. Where are you? What's your name? Uh-huh. No, don't be afraid. Just tell us. Where? No, don't do anything. If he goes away, forget it. Don't you try to follow him. Right.
What is it, John?
Jerry, we could have something. A woman is looking at a guy sitting on a park bench across the street from her window at number 51 Baker. You got that? Throw a circle around it right now. I'll be there in 3 minutes. Guy fits the description. Yeah, fast, but no sirens.
Oh, John, let me come with you.
Now, Martha...
John, you know there won't be any danger. In 30 seconds, there's going to be an entire army of the police.
All units, suspect still reported to be on the bench. Do nothing to alarm him. Make no aggressive moves. Just stand by. I will make the approach. Jerry and Art ready for backup. Over. Martha, he can't get away. He's got no place to go. He's surrounded, cut off. Oh, if he's the killer, do we have this guy? Can we be this lucky?
John, I think something has just clicked into place about those notes.
They don't matter anymore. If we have the killer.
I think I'm getting close.
Got a hunch we've nailed him. Finally. I better calm down. I'm getting too excited. But I want this guy so badly.
John, do you ever have something just at the top of your subconscious that's trying to surface?
Here's where the park begins. Baker Place. And here are the benches. And look. 100 yards ahead. Big guy is sitting there.
John.
Yeah, he's wearing that black raincoat and that black mustache. All units, stand by. Jerry, Art, start walking across the street. Get on either side of him. Slowly.
Oh, John, that's...
Perkins, Rossi, pull up, park.
But, John, it isn't the killer.
Now, we'll take him.
John, that's Judge Wilmot. Look, can't you see? It's the judge.
All units. False alarm. He's not our man. Let's go home.
You can't be serious, Miss Mullins.
Yes, 20 police officers were about to pounce on you, Judge Wilmot.
But whatever for?
Oh, Judge, I keep telling you, you fit the description of the killer.
Nonsense.
But it's the only description that exists. You're a big man, you have a black mustache, you wear a black raincoat.
I can't do anything about my size, although, goodness knows on your diet, I'm sure to shrink down to nothing.
You could shave off that mustache.
This mustache, Mrs. Mullins, is 35 years old.
And get rid of that raincoat.
I happen to fancy black. It's a fitting color for a judge.
All right, don't say I didn't warn you.
About what?
There are nervous people in this town. Somebody might take a shot at you by mistake.
Well, I should hope so. I would hate to think anyone would want to shoot me on purpose.
Oh, seriously, Judge. You live in a world of your own.
I deny that.
It's true. You see, judges have the power the rest of us don't. They have the power to judge.
Everyone has the power to judge.
Yes, but only a judge has power in his judgments.
Very well put.
You tend to lose sight of the problems of ordinary people because you're not an ordinary person.
I feel quite ordinary.
Oh, no, you don't. You flaunt your own personal attitude of freedom. A vicious, sought-after killer dresses exactly as you do, wears a mustache like you do. And you recognize the fact that it's dangerous to walk around looking the way you do? Are you deliberately provoking the police?
There is no psychiatrist like the amateur psychiatrist.
And another thing, Judge, I also know something the police don't. You have a .22 caliber pistol.
Are you saying that I'm the killer?
You're amused. Can't we be serious?
Right now, I believe I would like to take a walk.
In the streets? At night? With a jumpy public and maybe some quick-on-the-trigger characters all over the town?
One thing you should know, Mrs. Mullins. When I get the urge to take a walk, or something equally salubrious, I give into it.
Please be careful.
Why am I required to be careful?
Lieutenant Altman. Yes, Inspector. I know. I've just been through with the media. I know your problem. I know the mayor's problem. I know 8 people are dead. And we're still on square one, ground zero. Why shouldn't I lose my temper? Everyone else has. You want my badge? You can have it. I'll quit. Just tell me what you want me to do. Well, that's exactly what I am doing, the best I can. Yes, sir. And what do you want?
You asked me to come down and see you, John.
Oh, Martha, come on in. Sit down, sit down. Oh, you don't know what it's been like.
What do you want to see me about?
Another note from the killer. Yeah, what do you make of this?
We condemn and punish the assassin, but as we cannot live without yielding to this natural and imperious instinct of death, we relieve ourselves from time to time by wars.
What do you make of it?
I know this. I know this passage. I even remember the rest of it. It goes, then a whole nation slaughters another nation. And do we despise those selected to commit this wholesale murder? No. They are loaded with honors. They are given rewards and titles. They are proud, respected, loved by women, cheered by the crowd. Oh, I remember it. I remember. It's a story. Well, no, it's not exactly a story.
Well, what is it?
Well, maybe it is a story of some kind. Oh, of course. Guy de Maupassant.
All right. Well, what about
it? Wait a minute. Oh, it's so many years ago. I was still at college. Diary of a Madman.
Okay. We know that our killer has read a story.
It's more of a fragment.
Whatever it is, by de Maupassant.
Yes.
We know now that he uses parts of the story in his notes to the police.
I remember them. These are word-for-word quotes.
Okay. Now what? I've been in a sweat to find out where he got that language from. Now that I've got it, I really don't know what to do with it.
Oh, good Lord.
What is it, Martha?
I know who the killer is.
You do? How?
Well, tell me.
I know who the killer is because I just happened to remember who the central character in Diary of a Madman was.
No, Mrs. Mullins. What is this?
It's dinner, Your Honor.
Oh, no. It's a mirage.
It's a highly edible mirage, then.
You have food on the table this evening. Not merely some tasteless, desiccated form of grass.
It may have been a form of grass, but it was neither tasteless nor desiccated.
Meat, potatoes, gravy, pie. What is this?
A hearty meal. You're entitled to one.
I should say so. Well, this is a treat. Pardon me while I fall to.
But, Judge, in your library you have the works of de Maupassant.
And also Balzac and Stendhal and Anatole France. Those are the writers.
But, Judge, are you familiar with a de Maupassant story? The Diary of a Madman?
I don't think so. Well, what's it about?
It's a diary of a madman who happens to be a judge.
Oh, the bench is filled with mad judges.
This judge is a homicidal maniac.
Oh, no, Miss Mullins, that's going a bit far.
Yes, he's obsessed with the idea of killing. He sees it as a beautiful, natural act.
No, that's a bit far-fetched.
And because of his august position, he is, of course, above suspicion. Never read it?
It isn't in the least familiar. What divine spices did you put into this meat sauce?
The mad killer who's terrorizing our city.
Must we talk about him now?
Those notes that he's been writing to the police.
Mrs. Mullins, not while we're eating.
Those notes are taken verbatim from the de Maupassant story.
And these potatoes. Oh, superb.
I have this book from your library with the story in it.
Oh, I must make a note to read it sometime.
You have read it, Judge.
What? What are you saying, Miss Mullins?
Don't you see in the story you've underlined the very words? Yes, and here in the margin, your comments. How true, how perceptive. That's your handwriting.
I don't understand. I have no recollection of...
Judge Wilmot, you are the mad killer.
Mrs. Mullins, this is a monstrous accusation.
Your .22 pistol could prove it. Ballistics will show that it's the murder weapon. Where is the pistol?
You are actually accusing me of being this loathsome killer? On what evidence?
The pistol could prove it.
What pistol?
All right. You got rid of it. But you're guilty.
No.
Why? Why did you read that story and become inflamed by it?
I don't even remember reading it.
You don't remember reading "To kill is the law because nature loves eternal youth"?
The law? Oh, yes. Right. The law. Now I know what you're talking about. The law. There is nothing more beautiful and honorable than killing.
Where is the gun, Judge?
We must kill in order to live, to satisfy the stomach hunger and the bloodlust.
Judge, let go of her. Judge!
What?
Judge, it's me, Lieutenant Open. Judge!
Mrs. Mullins, I don't know what I'm doing. What was I trying to do to you? This is most embarrassing.
You'll have to come along with us, Judge.
What? Come along where? What for? I think all of you owe me an explanation, but I shall not listen to it on an empty stomach.
John, why don't we explain things to the judge over dinner?
How How do you explain to Dr. Jekyll that he's also Mr. Hyde? I don't know how the explanation went. However, I do know that when dinner was over, everybody in the room went down to police headquarters. The mad killer is caught, and the city is tranquil once again, and shall remain so until next time. The inspiration for our story was the celebrated Diary of a Madman by Guy de Maupassant. Although this title refers to just one small sample of his writings, it is most revealing, since the entire body of de Maupassant's work can be called the Diary of a Madman. He himself went mad. Each day, in numerous and subtle ways, his madness became more intense. And each day he wrote and wrote some of the greatest short stories in the world. Were they great because he was mad? Or did they drive him mad because they were great? Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Marion Seldes, Martha Greenhouse, and Nat Poland. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I didn't mean to do anything wrong. Listen to me. You didn't listen to me that morning, and so I had to... Will you listen now?
Listen? To what?
Listen to me.
What do you want to tell me?
I don't want to tell you anything. I want to ask you something.
Yes?
Can you forgive me?
Forgive you? Why should I forgive you?
Because I didn't mean to kill you.
Does that excuse you?
No, but...
Then why should I forgive you?
Because...
You did kill me. It's true.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by X-Lax and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
News Radio 78, WBBM, Chicago.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The New International Dictionary has this to say under the heading of cat. The cat is a carnivorous mammal which has long been kept by man in a domestic state. It appears to have originated in Egypt and is probably derived from one of the wild species of North Africa known as the Kaffir cat. So much for the bare and basic facts about the cat. But before this hour has passed, you are destined to learn more. Much more. I promise you.
You ever felt like you were about to go crazy?
I can't say I have, Dad. What's it like?
It's like standing in front of a closed door and not knowing what's on the other side. And wanting to know. And being scared to find out. Because what's on the other side can save you or kill you.
Our mystery drama, The Therapeutic Cat, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Sign-Off, the sinus medicines. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The dictionary goes on to say about the cat, most of the breeds, as the Maltese, the tortoiseshell, the tabby, etc., differ from each other only in color or other characteristics of slight importance. So says the dictionary. But you are about to encounter a cat who differs in a most significant way, and that difference gives our play its title, The Therapeutic Cat.
Let me tell you about myself. My name is Henry Joyce. I'm 59 and a half years old. I have a lot of money, which I accumulated by my own efforts. I live in a big old house on the edge of town, the very house I moved into after I married the mayor's daughter, the same house where our son Jack was born. Now, Jack grew into a splendid boy. We sent him to the same college I'd attended. Then, when he was through college, he came back and went into business. My business. He did very well, and now he's president of the company. Came up the hard way, learned the ropes, and is doing a fine job. So it was only natural that the first person I should think of was Jack.
Sit down, Dad. Yeah, right there. Yeah, that's it. Cigar? No, giving them up?
They don't taste good anymore.
Oh, that's too bad.
Food doesn't taste good anymore either.
Daddy, are you all right? I mean, you're not sick or something, are you?
I'm not sick, but I'm something.
Like what?
Like something.
Huh. Well, what does the doctor say?
He says I'm tense. I could have told him that.
Well, what did he say to do about it?
Golf.
Hey, now, that's a good idea. Golf's a good game.
Yeah, I tried it.
No good, huh?
Terrible. Made me tenser than I was before. Jack, you ever feel like you're going crazy?
Crazy? You mean like insane, that kind of crazy? No, I can't say I have.
Well, that's how I feel.
Oh. You think maybe it's Mom, huh? Maybe you still miss her?
Oh, no. Well, your mother died 5 years ago.
You ever think of getting married again?
Jack, I'm not going to try. It was all right when I was young, and then you came along, and I had the business to run. It was good being married then, but no, not now. Jack, could you see your way to taking me back in here?
Here? In the office?
Or at the plant. Any place.
Dad, you're chairman of the board.
So what's that? Chairman of the board? No, Jack. I mean a job. Something to do, something to put my mind to, so I'll stop thinking about myself. Jack, I'm going to jump out of my skin. That's how I feel. I'm all wrought up. I can't sleep or anything.
Dad, you ever think of joining a gym?
You can't give me a job here. Is that what you're trying to tell me?
I'll give it a lot of thought, Dad. I really will. Maybe I'll come up with something.
Mrs. Bingham? Mrs. Bingham!
Oh, yes, Mr. Joyce. Well, what's the trouble?
Miss Bingham, these eggs are not 4 minutes.
Oh, yes, they are, Mr. Joyce. I timed them.
Look at that. The white's all runny.
I timed them.
I can't stand a runny white. Take them away.
You want me to make you some new ones?
Never mind. I couldn't taste them anyway.
Oh.
Now, Mrs. Bingham, don't cry. Please, it's nothing to cry about.
I know how you like your eggs, and I thought I timed them. I always time them. I don't know what went wrong.
It's all right. Don't cry about it. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lose my temper. For Pete's sake, Mrs. Bingham, don't cry. That just makes things worse. Don't you understand that?
Oh, Mr. Joyce, I know you've been unhappy lately. After all, living in the same house with you, I notice these things.
Yeah, well, it's not exactly that I'm unhappy.
Well, it's something.
No. That's what I told my Jack, my son. It's something, I told him. I try to read books, even the newspaper, and the words all run together. I'll get jumbled up, and the words go spinning around in my head.
Oh, Mr. Joyce.
Oh, Mrs. Bingham, I'm finished. I'm all washed up.
Mr. Joyce, I have to tell you something.
I even asked Jack for a job. That was 2 weeks ago. He said he'd try to think of something, but I knew he wouldn't. He couldn't. And he hasn't.
Well, that's what I wanted to tell you. Jack's coming over here to see you.
He is?
He's stopping by on his way to the office.
How do you know that?
I called him. I was so worried, Mr. Joyce.
If you called him, that doesn't mean he's found something for me to do.
Well, it might.
No. If that was it, he'd have called me.
Well, he did say on the phone that he had something he wanted to talk to you about.
He did?
Yes, he did, Mr. Joyce. Said he hoped you'd be interested. Oh, there he is now. You finish your coffee, and I'll let him in.
Head of sales. That could be it. Or labor relations. Oh, I'd be good at that. Well, heck, I'd be good at anything. I mean, it's my business. I started it. I built it up. Merchandising, market research, I know them all. Backwards and forwards.
Hello, Dad. Gee, sorry.
Coffee cup jumped right out of my hand.
Did you burn yourself?
That's all right.
Hey, I startled you.
That's all right. It's all right.
I'll get a rag and clean it up. And I'll bring you some fresh.
Jack, sit down.
Are you sure you're all right, Dad?
Oh, yeah, sure. I'm always dropping things. Sit down. Now, Jack, tell me, Mrs. Bingham said you'd come up with something.
Yeah.
What was it? Merchandising, market research?
No, not those.
Labor relations. I could do a job there.
Dad, it's not with the firm.
Not with the firm. Jack, what else do I know? If it's not with the firm, come on, Jack. What do I know?
Dad, I was talking with a friend of mine, and we got to discussing, things in general, problems, and turns out his father found himself in the same position as you. A retired widower, very uptight.
Yeah, go on.
Well, he went to his doctor, this guy's father did, and the doctor came up with something.
What?
And it worked. Inside a month, it worked.
What worked?
A cat.
What?
A cat.
You trying to be funny, Jack?
No, honestly, Dad, he says it worked for his father, and he thinks it would work for you.
A cat. I should get a cat.
No, Dad, not just get a cat. I mean, after you got the cat, you have to spend time with it, and...
Spend time with a cat? Jack, what the devil for?
Well, you have to follow the cat around, observe it. Whatever the cat does, you do. Now, the point is, Dad, the cat is the most relaxed animal in the world. And if you imitate the cat and get the hang of it, why then...
Jack, get out of my house.
And then, Dad,
I thought you came here to offer me a job, a good, respectable job.
Dad, I'm sorry.
It's something I could sink my teeth in.
There isn't anything.
And you tell me to get a cat and follow it around. Jack, get out of here.
Dad, I only meant that...
Get out of here. Get out of here, you and your crummy ideas.
Yeah, I'll call you, Dad.
Don't bother, Jack. Don't call. Don't come back. Don't do anything. Just stay away and don't have any more ideas.
I'm sorry, Dad.
A cat. A cat. Holy Moses. My own son. A blithering idiot. I began to worry about the business and if he could run it. I waited for the business to go on the rocks and I added that to all the other terrible things I expected to happen. I started to worry about money, though I knew perfectly well I had plenty. I worried about getting to sleep, so I didn't get to sleep. I worried about eating, so I didn't eat. I worried about going mad, and the more I worried, the more convinced I was that I was not long for this world. is Henry Joyce. Yes? What about it? Really? You mean it? Well, yeah. Send it back. I'm sorry. I'm really very sorry.
Oh, you got the phone, did you, Mr. Joyce?
Yeah, it was the butcher. I forgot to sign his check.
Oh, well, that's easily mended.
Before him, the grocer phoned. I forgot to sign his check, too. And before that, the phone company and the gas and electric.
The insurance company, too.
Oh, did they call up?
Well, you sent them the check for the mortgage payment, and the mortgage company called and said they got the insurance check.
Did I sign either of them?
No, sir. And you got the date wrong.
Month or year?
Both.
I see. Mrs. Bingham.
Yes?
Do you know where I could get a cat?
You said a cat?
Yes, a cat.
Oh, well, I suppose you could go to a store, a pet shop, and buy a cat.
Yeah, I suppose I could.
Oh, there are lots of strays. You could adopt one.
Yeah, adopt one, yeah.
Oh, I tell you what, my daughter Denise, she has cats.
She does?
Oh, lots of them. She takes them in when people don't want them anymore, or she picks them up on the street and tries to find homes for them.
You think she'd let me have one?
Oh, she'd let you have a dozen.
Oh, no. Just one will be enough. One cat.
You know the old adage, imitation is the sincerest form of flattery. I'm sure it's true. But when it comes to cats, do you think they can be flattered? I don't. For everything about a cat suggests such utter indifference that flattery seems not only superfluous, but positively silly. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Henry Joyce, 59 and a half years old, widowered and retired, found himself on the dizzy verge of a nervous breakdown. His son, Jack, suggested that his father procure a cat to study the cat and ape its movements. Henry turned to his housekeeper, Jane Bingham, and asked if she could get a cat. Jane told him that her daughter, Denise, had a number of cats and would be happy to supply him with one.
About a week later, the cat arrived. It was a black and white cat, a rather large cat with greenish-yellow eyes and a calculating look. The cat was here to be studied and imitated. That I proceeded to do. It took me 2 weeks to master the stretch. On all fours, watching the cat closely, I would push backwards on my haunches, digging my hands into the carpet and stretching my arms to their fullest extent. Then, rhythmically forward, the legs extended backwards from the hip sockets. Lovely feeling. Marvelous sensation. Out in the garden, when the cat sharpened her claws on a tree or a post, I arched my back to its fullest the way she did, and drew my nails heavily down the wood, putting my full weight into the effort. I felt my ribs expand and the muscles of my belly tighten. Oh, wonderful feeling. Delicious sensation. I started to feel superb.
Mr. Joyce?
Yes, Miss Bingham.
Oh, you've been out already?
I took the cat for a walk in the garden.
Oh.
You know what she did, Miss Bingham. She reached for a flower, a gladiolus, it was. It was just a little too high for her, but she stretched, and, well, she never did get it, but she touched it. So I started reaching for the lowest branch on that fir tree. You know the one. Mm-hmm. And I reached, and I never quite touched it. But, oh, Mrs. Bingham, what it does for the muscles down your side, right next to your ribs.
Oh, it feels good, does it?
Perfectly marvelous. You know, the cat was stalking a butterfly, see, and I was right behind her, and I watched the way she picked up her front feet. Absolutely amazing. She holds each foot up before she puts it down on the ground. She lets it hang limp from the elbow. Then, when she puts it down, it's so cautious, so deliberate. No hurry, no rush, just care and all concentration. Well, we stalked that butterfly for 20 minutes.
Oh, you know something, Mr. Joyce. You're starting to feel better.
You noticed that. Miss Bingham, I took off a few pounds and I started to tighten up.
Oh.
Around the waist and other places. Miss Bingham, I am going to have to get all new suits. I ordered 6 of them. Was my tailor ever surprised? I had all new measurements. I was actually taller. Can you imagine that? All because of that cat. I was sleeping now the whole night through and cat naps during the day. That's right. Cat naps. You know, you want to feel really super, you take a lot of cat naps. Just lie down and think of something pleasant. You know, you wake up feeling 10 years younger. I kid you not. Miss Bingham.
Yes, Mr. Joyce.
Will you come in here, please? I'd like to speak with you.
Oh, is something wrong with dinner, Mr. Joyce?
The cat doesn't care too much for the pot roast, Miss Bingham. She'll eat it, of course, if I leave off the gravy.
Mr. Joyce, I give her proper cat food in the kitchen.
I don't think she should eat in the kitchen anymore, Miss Bingham. I think she should eat in here with me. And here's what we'll have to eat. Lobster, crab, sardines, white meat of chicken, filet of sole, and caviar.
Caviar?
Well, she's never had it, but I think she'll like it.
Mr. Joyce, you're spoiling that cat.
Mrs. Bingham, that cat is my guru. That cat is my priest, my psychiatrist. She's my idol, my goddess. All that I am or hope to be, I owe to this sainted cat.
Are you falling in love with that animal?
It's possible. It's perfectly possible.
Oh.
You see, she's made me young again, handsome again, happy again. No woman ever did that for me, Miss Bingham. So why shouldn't I be in love with her?
Does your son know about this?
No, I haven't had time to tell him. But I shall. After all, if it weren't for Jack, none of this would have happened. It was all his idea, and I would like to tell him how grateful I am. Also, I want to talk to him about changing my will.
Come in. Dad, long time no see. Hey, you look wonderful, Dad. Hey, is that a new suit?
Yep.
Good looking. What's that you got around your neck?
My cat.
Your cat? Good Lord, it is a cat. Well, what do you know? You always carry a cat around with you like that? Slung around your shoulders?
She likes it. And I like it.
Well, sit down, Dad. So, you took my advice, eh? Bought a cat.
Jane Bingham's daughter sent it over. Seems she has a house full of them.
Well, looks like the prescription worked.
Oh, Jack, it did. It did. And I'm eternally grateful to you, son. Oh, I know how I poo-pooed the idea at first, but, well, as you can see, it worked.
I've never seen you looking so well.
Jack, I've never felt so well. All due to my little friend here. Now, Jack, I want to see that she's provided for, in case anything should happen to me.
Oh, nothing's going to happen to you, Dad.
Oh, you never know. So, Jack, I would like you to set up a trust fund for her.
Well, what size trust fund did you have in mind?
Substantial, Jack. Substantial. She's accustomed to the best of everything.
Yes, I can see that. She looks great. What's her name?
I never gave her a name.
Oh.
It didn't seem necessary. We communicate by other means.
Oh, what do you mean by that?
Well, there's a spiritual affinity between my cat and me. Jack, I would like you to sign an ironclad agreement to care for this cat so long as she shall live. Will you do that?
I don't know, Dad.
Otherwise, Jack.
Maybe I'm allergic to cats. How do I know? Maybe one of the kids is allergic. Who can tell?
Allergy or no, this cat has got to be taken care of. And I mean well taken care of. Will you do it?
Well, I ought to talk it over with Mark.
Otherwise, Jack.
All right, Dad. All right, I'll do it. I'll do it.
Thank you, Jack. Thank you very much. It's mackerel, darling. Don't you care for it? Oh, I know it's not Dover soap, but we had that last night. Trouble with you is you ate too much of that pâté de foie gras before dinner, didn't you now? Yes, you did. Miss Bingham, you can clear the table.
Are you all finished? Both of you?
Yes. What have you got there, Miss Bingham?
It's the pillow you wanted. For her.
Oh, yes. Oh, I think she'll like satin, don't you? Maybe linen would have been better, but the pink satin is very nice. What do you think, my love? Oh, well, we can always change it. Just take it upstairs and put it on my bed, will you, Miss Bingham?
Whereabouts, sir? Head or foot?
Well, she's used to sleeping on my pillow, but when I turn over during the night, it disturbs her. So put it alongside mine. The side away from the window. I don't want her sleeping in a draft.
Yes, Mr. Joyce.
Oh, that's Jack. He said he stopped by.
Well, I'll let him in. On my way upstairs.
Thank you. Now, love, how about finishing the cream in the cream pitcher, huh? You want me to pour it into the saucer for you, darling? Maybe that would be better.
Hey, evening, Dad.
Oh, hello, Jack.
How's the cat?
She's hardly touched her dinner, but generally speaking, she's just fine.
Dad, I brought over your copy of the agreement.
Oh, fine. Just put it down there, will you? Till she finishes her cream.
Everything's set, Mr. Joyce. I put the pillow on the right-hand side of the bed next to yours.
No, thank you, Miss Bingham. Jack, would you excuse me for a minute? I'm going to take this sleepy little thing up to bed. Be back in a minute. As I carried my wonderful cat upstairs, I could hear Miss Bingham and Jack talking in horrified low tones.
Pillow? What pillow?
For that animal. Pink satin. On his bed. Next to his pillow.
That is incredible. Mrs. Bingham, do you know what this piece of paper is? It's an agreement I've signed to take care of that cat in case anything happens to him.
I smiled to myself. Poor ignorant people. To them, a cat was just a cat. To me, a cat was, well, at least this cat was the sun and the moon and the stars. The breath of life. The joy of living. My heart was beating fast. I dared not switch on the light for fear of disturbing my sleeping angel. I felt my way to the bed and quietly put my darling down on her new pillow. Carefully, I lay down beside her. My voice was gentle when I spoke. Sleeping, my love?
Is that you, Henry?
What?
Oh, I've been waiting for you.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
I love my pink pillow.
How How did you get in here?
Why, you put me here yourself, my dear.
I never... What kind of a game are you trying to pull on me?
It's not a game. Or if it is, it's the best game of all.
Listen. Where's my cat? What have you done with my cat?
I'm your cat.
You're nothing of the sort. Who are you?
My name's Denise. But you may call me Denny if you like.
Denny? Denise? Denise? Why, you're Mrs. Bingham's daughter.
Yes, I am.
Oh, she let you in here. When she brought the pillow upstairs, she let you in.
Oh, I was here a long time before that.
Well, I never saw you.
You hardly saw anyone but me. Oh, you learned how to stretch so beautifully, my sweet. And to reach. And your walk is improving a lot. And I know how hard it is on only 2 legs.
What are you talking about? What are you saying? If you are my cat, if you were my cat, then what do you know?
What I always was, dear Henry. A witch.
Margaret Elmore, Mother Shipton, Rachel Pinder, the Duchess of Bedford. What do all these ladies have in common? All were thought to be witches. Oh, yes, add to that list frizzle hair, finger of White John's daughter, and great blue eye from Moy. I'll be back shortly with Act 3.
This is WBBM Chicago.
Henry Joyce thought that his every dream of love had come true when a piebald cat came into his life. But in his bedroom, when he prepared to lie down beside his unlikely paramour, he was welcomed not by the familiar meow, but by a distinctly human female voice. The voice said to him that she was Denise, daughter of his housekeeper, and that she had been, all along, his beloved cat.
If you were my cat, if you're no longer my cat, then what are you?
What I have always been, a witch.
Stay right where you are. I'm going to turn on the light. Good Lord. Good Lord.
What did you expect? A toothless old hag.
You're so young, so beautiful.
You don't know much about witches, do you, Henry?
I don't believe in witches. And even if I did, I wouldn't believe a witch could turn herself into a cat and back again.
Oh, what about the mackerel for dinner? What about the pâté de foie gras before dinner?
Well, you must have been in the kitchen with your mother. You heard me talking to the cat.
I was the cat. I am the cat. I can be the cat again anytime I feel like it.
No. Your mother must have told you about the cat and me.
My mother doesn't even know I'm here.
Your mother doesn't know you can be a cat?
There. See? You're beginning to believe me.
Then your mother's not a witch.
Mother's a white witch. White witches only do good things. I'm a black witch.
You do bad things?
If I wanted to, I could be a gray witch. Then sometimes I'd do good things, and sometimes I'd do bad things, depending on how I felt at the time. I'd be a gray witch for you, Henry. Would you like that?
I don't know. I just wish...
What do you wish, Henry?
No, I wish I had my cat back. Just the way she was.
Oh, I couldn't stand being a cat any longer. I loved you too much.
Why'd you have to change just now?
Because it's time.
Time? Time for what?
Listen. Be quiet and listen. Hear it?
I hear the wind. Must be a storm coming up.
The wind is from the east.
Does that mean something special?
Oh, when it blows like that, it means tonight is the night of the Sabbath General.
What's the Sabbath General?
Rest your sweet head on my shoulder, and I'll tell you all about it. Comfy? On a desolate mountaintop in the center of France, witches from all over the world will meet tonight. They'll fly in from South America, from Africa, from the Orient, from Siberia, from Melanesia.
They fly to France?
To the Cevennes Mountains, my love. Vast, cold, deserted.
You fly there?
On broomsticks, mostly.
Mostly?
For every witch, there is a mortal man. For the dancing, you know. And after Monsieur arrives...
Wait a minute. Who is Monsieur?
The devil, darling.
Then what?
Then we all tell our tales. One at a time, we tell everything we've accomplished since the last Sabbath General. Oh, I'll have a fine old time. Telling them how I moved in here and made you fall in love with me. Oh, the devil will be so pleased.
He will?
I don't think I'll tell him that I fell in love with you. Oh, I don't think that would please him at all. I think it would make him very angry.
After you've told your tales, then you dance.
Oh, but first comes the ceremony. But I can't tell you about it. Would you like to see it for yourself, Henry?
Me?
It's no trouble at all. For every witch, there is one mortal man.
Well, I don't know. This has all been quite a shock. I have to think. I need to be alone, Denny.
All right. I'll go downstairs and talk to Mother. But don't take too long to decide. The wind is rising.
I lay there and stared at the ceiling. I was in a sweat. Everything had changed. So suddenly, so drastically, so peculiarly. I arose from the bed and started down the stairs. But at the foot, I paused. I heard voices.
You and your filthy, dirty tricks. How could I ever have brought you into this house if I had known?
Mother, I love him.
Love? What do you know about love?
True. I didn't love him at first.
You wanted his money.
Yes, I wanted his money. And I thought what a good, dirty trick it would be to tell the devil at the Sabbath General. Oh, how he'd laugh.
I told you 1,000 times to stay away from those places.
But when I got here, he was so good. So kind, so sweet.
What do you know about goodness and kindness and sweetness?
I learned from him, Mother. You think only white witches can understand things like that? And besides, oh, he's so attractive.
You don't know the meaning of love, Denise.
I do. I do now, Mother. I even offered to become a gray witch for him. What do you think of that?
You couldn't be a gray witch. There isn't an ounce of goodness in you.
There could be. I'd try so hard. For him, I could change. For him, I could do anything.
Denise, I forbid you. Stay away from that man.
I can't. I love him too much.
You'll ruin him.
My mother. Mother, you're in love with him yourself.
You're an impertinent young woman.
Of course. Why didn't I see it before? The way you look at him. The way you wait on him.
That's my job.
Oh, you must have been jealous of me all these weeks. Jealous of a poor little piebald cat. Mewing around the house. You had to cook fish for me, didn't you? And you hate fish.
Stop it. Stop it, Denise.
Oh, how you must have hated me, Mother. You must have wanted to scratch my eyes out.
If only I had.
You do love him.
Yes. Yes, I love him. I love him with all my heart.
You should have seen him when I told him about the Sabbath General.
I could turn into a gray witch. If you can do it, I can do it.
You'd do anything, wouldn't you? Any dirty trick in the book. Anything to get your claws into him.
Yes, I would. Anything.
Well, you can't have him. He's mine.
No, he's not. He's mine.
He's not. He's mine.
I was appalled. Absolutely appalled. Standing there in the hallway, clutching the pink pillow in my arms, I thought of rushing in and trying to stop them, for I was afraid they might harm each other, but I'd never heard such ferocity before. But then, of course, I'd never heard two witches talking before, and frankly, I was not sure of what they might do to me. In my confusion and my bewilderment, I reached for the telephone and called my son at his home. I told him it was imperative that I see him right away, and he said to come right over.
Oh, come in, Dad.
Oh, thank you, son.
Where's your cat?
What?
You always wear your cat around your neck.
There's no more cat, Jack.
Something happened to the cat?
Jack, the cat is Mrs. Bingham's daughter.
How's that?
She's a witch.
Well, come on into the living room, Dad. I'll get you a brandy. There, now, you just sit down there.
You know, when you were at the house, you brought that paper over.
Yeah?
And I went upstairs. Well, Jack, there was a woman in my bed. No cat. A young woman.
Here's your brandy, Dan.
I guess you're surprised to hear this. I know I was surprised.
I can imagine.
Jack, it seems that all along, my cat was Denise Bingham. Denny for short. Jack, you remember I told you the cat came from Mrs. Bingham's daughter's house originally?
Drink your brandy, Dad.
Well, at first, I didn't believe her when she said she was a witch and could turn herself into a cat and back again. But, you know, then I started to listen to her, and she has a lovely voice, and it all started to sound somehow credible.
Mm-hmm.
Denise says she could make me a wizard. You see, for every witch, there's a mortal man. She could take me, Jack, with her to the Sabbath General. But it has to be tonight.
I don't think you should go anywhere tonight, Dad.
I told her I would think about it.
I think you should stay here with us tonight.
But the wind is rising.
Come on, Dad. Let me take you upstairs. The guest room is empty.
Wait a minute. Wait, Jack, I have to tell you what happened next.
You mean there's more?
Denise went downstairs to talk to her mother. Her mother's a white witch, by the way.
Uh-huh.
And after a while, I went downstairs, too. And, Jack, I heard them talking, arguing, fighting. Actually, Jack, do you know what they were fighting about?
No, I don't.
Me. They were fighting about me. Two women, both witches, fighting about who loved me the best. Jack, two beautiful women fighting over me. I couldn't believe it. That's why I called you.
Well, I'm glad you did, Dad. Now, let me take you upstairs and get you into bed.
But, Jack, you... Listen to me. What should I do about them? The two women.
I think you should get rid of them both.
You do? Both of them?
Both of them.
Well, you could be right.
Sure I am. Now let's go upstairs.
I lay in bed and I wondered. It would have been nice to go to the Sabbath General, but just before I dropped off to sleep, I remember thinking, maybe I'll get married again. But then I thought, before I do anything, I'll get me another cat.
Witch was born at the same point in time as the imagination of man. The Christian witch descended from the Jewish witch, and before that, there were the great witch families of ancient Greece and Rome. Consider these: Hecate, Circe, Medea, and Pyramide of the golden hair. Really, by this time, we should be used to them. I'll be back shortly. Can your cat shed her feline shape at will and become a witch? There's no use asking her. She won't tell you. But if I were you, I'd watch her very, very carefully, particularly on nights when the wind is rising in the east. Our cast included Fred Gwynn, Paul Hecht, Bryna Rayburn, and Jada Rowland. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS News, the House Senate Energy Conference Committee continues its effort to hammer out an energy package. I'm Mitchell Krause reporting on the CBS Radio Network. The committee agreed Monday to ban oil and natural gas as the primary fuel for certain new industrial plants in an effort to force the use of coal, uranium, or solar energy. But the Louisiana Senator J. Bennett Johnston proposed a compromise.
What I would offer would be to allow companies that are in the planning process now and are in that process by July the 1st, 1979, to proceed with their plans. And then if the Department of Energy finds that we don't have a sufficient supply of these heavy parts of the petroleum, what we call residual fuel oil, if we don't have enough of that oil, then the Department of Energy could revoke this exception after 1979.
Senator Johnson said plants should be allowed to use heavy fuel oil because there's a glut of heavy fuel oil on the West Coast due to the new Alaska pipeline. Though the Congress is making some progress on energy, President Carter still feels he'd better stay in the country later this month to push for his energy package. The postponement of his world trip, said Secretary of State Vance, disappointed world leaders.
The reaction so far has been one of hope on the part of the various nations involved that we will be able to reschedule the trip in the near future. They do all understand, however, the extreme importance of the energy legislation and the need for the President to be here.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, your host for these adventures in the macabre. Together, we explore out-of-the-ordinary places and share experiences that are unusual, sometimes weird and chilling. We travel unmarked roads in the expectation of encountering the bizarre. It's as if you entered a house long abandoned, dark and forbidding, and for no explainable reason, you see the sudden light of a candle in a far corner of a room. Do you go in? Turn back? You stand, perhaps, in the presence of something supernatural, an order of existence beyond nature. A belief firmly held by Buku Chin, first mate of the tramp steamer the Molly Moran, anchored at Port-au-Prince, Haiti.
Oh, yes, Doctor. In my village, we believe in witchcraft and snake worship.
Voodoo. And human sacrifice?
That was long ago.
You're an Arawak Indian?
Yes, ma'am.
But you're an educated man, Buku.
I have elementary education and what I learned at sea.
And you believe in the supernatural? In witchcraft and magic?
I have seen it work, Doctor.
Our mystery drama, Bound East for Haiti, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Mason Adams and Fred Gwynn. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the Sinus Medicines, and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
If you'd really like a big car, but you really think you ought to buy a small car, maybe what you ought to buy is a mid-size car. To be specific, a Buick Century Custom. The Century Custom, you see, offers a lot of the room and comfort you look for in a big car. And the trim size and the V6 engine give you a lot of the benefits of a small car. But the Century Custom has one more thing going for it. It's a Buick. And no matter what size car you're looking for, you just can't do much better than that.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablet?
No, it relieves headache and congestion, internal sinus pressure, and postnasal drip. And it has added strength.
You mean added strength Sign-Off?
Exactly.
Added strength Sign-Off tablets give you pure aspirin plus 50% more sinus drainer.
To help sinus pain while you drain.
Right, and more sinus dryer for postnasal drip.
Added strength Sign-Off.
The sinus medicine in the bright red box. Take when needed, only as directed.
Signeoff. Sign-Off.
Come on and he's on down the road. Come on, he's on down the road.
Don't you carry nothing that might be a load. Come on, he's on down the road. Pick your right foot up when your left one's down. Come on, legs, keep moving.
Ease on down the road to The Wiz, America's hit musical version of The Wonderful Wizard of Oz. Don't you miss the fun, the funk, the fantasy of The Wiz. Live on stage at the Schubert Theater, Monroe at State Street. Tickets available at the box office and all Ticketron outlets. Or reserve tickets by phone. Call 236-8240. 236-8240. The Wiz is a wow.
There are 7 weeks left, so do yourself a favor and buy your tickets now. The Wiz must hold Saturday, June 11th. The Wiz at the Schubert. You don't want to miss it.
If someone conducted a poll and asked the question, do you believe in the supernatural? How many would say yes, no, or don't know? I suspect that most persons would say no, even though there is evidence dating from the beginning of civilization of supernatural experiences. Witches invoked the spirits to foretell the future, to bring good luck or bad. It is still practiced today. And some 40 years ago, Dr. Philip Armistead, let him tell us.
See that calabash there? That gourd cut in half? There on the small table in the corner of my study. A calabash is the hard-shelled fruit of a tropical American tree. Years ago, they were cut in half, scooped out, and used for wash basins and drinking utensils by sailors aboard tramp steamers which plied their trade around the Caribbean. That one belonged to Buku Chin, an Arawak Indian from Haiti, who was first mate to Captain Pete Johnson of the Molly Moran. Some 40 years ago, I had just completed my Florida Medical Board examinations, and I badly needed a few weeks' rest. So I drifted down to the docks and shipped out as a paying guest. This is wonderful, Captain.
Yeah, it's nice to have you aboard. Are you really a doctor?
I really am. Passed the exams, and you saw me arrive with my little black bag. If anyone needs my services...
No. Thanks all the same, Doc. We've been getting along for years with an old first aid kit.
Well, I'm not going to think about anything for the next 4 weeks. Oh, smell that air. And the water. All those shades of blue. You have a wonderful life, Captain Johnson.
Suits me. I'll never get rich sailing this old tub, but she's a good boat. Slow, but we get there, and we have good times in our ports of call. 2-3 days of that, we're glad to be back at sea.
And now we're bound east for Haiti.
That's right. Port-au-Prince. We'll pick up a cargo of coffee in Sisal, then we'll sail to Georgetown and Exuma, Savannah Lamar, in Jamaica, and home.
How long will we be in Haiti?
A couple of days. Why? Want to explore the island?
Yeah, some of it.
Watch your step. Better speak to Buku. He's an Arawak from Haiti. Knows everything about the island. Buku, come over here, you old dog.
Maybe I'll throw you overboard, Captain.
I'm sure you'd like to every once in a while. You met the doc.
I had the pleasure.
He wants to see the sights in Port-au-Prince. Will you talk to him?
It would be a pleasure.
Buku's the best first mate on the Caribbean. He's only got one problem. You've said hello to her, Doc. Lily. My girl.
Yes. A beautiful woman.
Buku can't take his eyes off her. But you know better, don't you, Buku?
Sure, man. I have eyes only for the sea.
We'll have chow in half an hour. Doctor, you plan to go ashore?
No, not tonight. Early in the morning. I have my camera, and the morning light is best for pictures.
How about a beer? I laid in an extra supply, seeing as you're a paying guest. Lily?
Sure, Pete. Doctor?
Yes, thank you, Miss Lily.
How about that? Miss Lily, that's great.
Dr. Armistead is a gentleman.
Sure. Yeah. But he's Doc, I'm Pete, and you're Lily. This ain't the Navy. Okay, Doc?
Okay, Pete.
Good. That's better. Hop along, Miss.
You are crazy.
Isn't she something, Doc?
She's beautiful.
I really love her. She loves me, so she says. Why, the Lord knows, but that's the way it is. I guess I'd better marry her. Maybe when we put in at Savannah Lamar. She comes from there.
I approve.
Yeah, that's what I'll do. I'm getting on, 40. I'm ever going to get married. I guess now's the time. And hey, you'll be the best man.
All right, that'll be a pleasure. Will you tell her?
The night before we dock, and that ought to take care of Buku Chin.
You were serious about him?
Certainly. He's 32 or 3 and pretty good looking. He's always giving Lily the eye. Can't blame him because she's an eyeful. Agreed?
I certainly do. Beautiful dark hair and perfect features.
And eyes. Big and tawny, like a cat's. Well, once she's Mrs. Pete Johnson, Buku will lose his steam, right? She hates him.
That must make her uncomfortable.
It does. She wants me to get rid of him, but see, Buku's an expert first mate. I'd never fire him. Did you talk with him about Haiti?
Yeah, it was fascinating.
All that junk about voodoo and snake worship and magic. He's full of it.
And he believes it. In the village that he comes from.
I know. I've heard it 100 times. Well, it makes him happy to believe in superstition. What's the harm?
There is none. Someday I'd like to come here for a few weeks and explore the island. There's a mystery about it.
And not just in Haiti. There's mysterious things in small islands all over the Caribbean. Here you are, Lily.
For you, Doctor.
Thank you.
Pete.
Thank you, my dear. What took you so long?
I had to go back for another beer.
You dropped one?
I threw it in Buku's face.
Well, the incident was passed over, fortunately. We had dinner and I retired early, falling asleep looking through my porthole at a sky of dark blue velvet sprinkled with stars I felt I could reach. For the next 2 days, I explored Port-au-Prince, snapped pictures, and mailed postcards back home. The afternoon of the third day, we weighed anchor and lumbered out of the harbor, headed for Jamaica.
You have enjoyed the voyage, Doctor?
Oh, Lily, yes, very much.
It is restful. The days so bright, and then the night with a sky of dark blue that stretches as far as you can see. And on the water, the moon is huge.
You'll be home in a few days, Lily.
My home is here with Pete.
He's a good man.
He is that. And strong and jolly. Even tonight, when I can tell he does not feel well, he laughs at me, tells me to go on deck and make love to our passenger.
What?
That is just how he talks, Doctor.
We're relieved to hear that. You say that he doesn't feel well.
It is nothing.
Well, perhaps I should see him.
No, he is resting. Pretty soon he will come on deck, and we will watch the sea from the bridge.
Who's at the helm now? It's not Buku.
No, Umberto. He is from Cuba. Buku, I do not know where he is. You wish to go up to the bridge, Doctor?
Yeah, I think not, Lily. Thank you. I'm going to turn in soon and read.
Oh, you have your nose in a book all the time. Well, I am going to the bridge. Pete will be up soon.
Enjoy yourself. I'll watch the sea a little longer, then I'm going below. I'll see you in the morning.
Good night, Doctor.
Lily.
Take your hands off me.
I love you, Lily.
He will scream.
No one will hear you.
Pete will come on.
He is not well. Pete is sick. Didn't you see that tonight? He is sick and he will never get well.
You talk like a fool. Take your hands off me.
He will die. I'm the first mate. I will be in charge of the Molly Moran, and you will stay with me.
Before I stay with you, I jump overboard.
You belong to me, Lily. What is written by fate cannot be erased.
It is not my fate to belong to you. Who said it was? Some witch doctor?
You will see. When Captain dies, you will see. I know you, Lily. You love the sea. You do not want to return to Canfield. You will stay with Buku.
Pete will take care of you. Now, take your hands off me.
Kiss me, Lily.
You filthy man.
I warned you, Buku.
Pete, he said you would die.
Are you
Pete.
Don't touch him.
But Pete.
No. I warned the dog not to touch Lily. Leave him there. When he comes to, he'll think twice about making another pass at her. Lily, go to the cabin.
Yes, Pete.
Pete, what's that gleaming in the moonlight on your hand?
Brass knuckles. You'll stay in line now.
The tension, when I reflected about it, had been there all along, from Freeport to Georgetown and out of Haiti. But it was after we weighed anchor from there that the tension became charged. I hadn't heard the 8 bells that marked midnight, but when I was awakened by a tapping at my cabin door, I heard 1 bell. So it could have been anywhere between 12:30 and 4 a.m. It was Lily.
Calm, Doctor. Pete is not well.
I said, of course, and I slipped into a robe, picked up my doctor's bag, and a few minutes later I was sitting next to the captain's bunk.
Sorry she woke you up, Doc.
Lie quietly. Now, let me get your pulse first.
Pete, beaucoup is...
Don't mention his name.
Now, open your mouth, Pete. All right. It looks all right. Your forehead's damp. Do you feel chilled?
Oh, no, I'm just cold. I don't know, kind of weak.
Lily, will you bring me a glass of water?
Oh, sure.
I'll give you a sulfa pill and another in the morning if you don't feel any better. I think you will. It's probably a virus of some kind. Thank you, Lily.
Doc, how much?
No charge. Take the pill, Pete. Cover up and get a good night's rest.
Umberto is at the helm. Do not worry.
All this fuss.
Now, go to sleep.
Okay, Miss Lily. How's little Buku? Up and around?
He dragged himself to his cabin.
Good. I hope his jaw aches all night long. Lily, lock up. And, Doc, don't fall overboard on your way back to the cabin.
He is very sick, Doctor?
Oh, not at all, Lily. Mild upset, nothing more.
Buku said he will die.
Well, then he knows more than I do, which he doesn't. Now, don't worry. Pete will be all right.
Buku knows.
How does he know?
He knows.
Well, I know he's superstitious. Don't tell me that you are, Lily.
I have seen things. Your medicine won't help Pete. There is other medicine. It is of the mind and the soul. A curse can kill.
Buku?
He has had a curse put on the captain.
You cannot discount magic. Islanders in the West Indies sometimes still practice the kind of magic that affects another person for good or for evil. The voodoo doll still exists. It is a small image of an enemy into which pins are driven, or it is cut up or burned. To a modern doctor, and to most of us, magic is primitive nonsense. Dr. Armistead will find out for us when I return with Act 2.
Down where I come from, we got a way of fixing ribs over hot coals in the ground. We turn those ribs and baste them in a good red sauce for half a day. And are they something?
Now you can get that half-a-day flavor in about half an hour. Ribs in a sauce with a long-turned, deep-basted flavor you can't believe. Presto ribs, and the magic happens in your Presto pressure cooker. Presto is the magic word. Pressure is the magic reason. The only way you can cook that flavor in this good, this easy.
Darnation, them some ribs.
You knew Presto pressure cooking was fast, but did you know it was the most versatile appliance in your kitchen? Ribs, roasts, and don't forget vegetables with all the vitamins and nutrients cooked in, not out. Presto is the magic word. Pressure is the magic reason.
Darnation, they're good.
See your Presto dealer now and start with this great recipe for Presto ribs. The recipe is featured in Presto ads in many of this month's women's magazines.
Is your bank open when you're busy and closed when you're not? Well, Northwest Federal Savings knows that a good place to save is ready for you when you're ready. So Northwest Federal's open 63 hours a week. If you work evenings, you can come to Northwest Federal 6 full days. Working days, Northwest Federal's open Monday, Thursday, and Friday evenings. And if the only time you can get to Northwest Federal is 8 o'clock in the morning, well, that's okay, too. Because Northwest Federal has early bird service every morning. From 8 o'clock, you'll find 5 convenient Northwest Federal savings centers throughout Chicagoland's great Northwest Territory. So come into Northwest Federal Savings on your way to, from, or between work, shopping, or home. Anytime. Because Northwest Federal Savings keeps the best hours yours.
It's Northwest Federal Savings Time, 63 hours a week.
This is Dr. Armstead's story, and he is recapturing it for us.
He's a man of 70 now, but what happened during his sea voyage on the tramp steamer, the Molly Moran, is still vivid in his memory. He can recount what he heard and saw. He cannot explain it. That does not make the experience invalid. As a normal young doctor, only 26 at the time, he was a skeptic. After all, he was a man of science.
Of course, I didn't believe a word of what Lily said. Buku has put a curse on the captain. Nonsense. A curse? I'm certain that Buku wished Pete Johnson dead. You'd feel the same way if you'd been hit on the jaw with brass knuckles. The man had been hurt and he suffered. I went to my bunk and slept until 7 the next morning. I went into Captain Johnson's cabin.
The pill did no good, Doctor. Look at him.
Hi, Doc. Don't listen to Lily. I'm okay. Here, let me swing out of my bunk.
Lie back, Pete. You're weak as a kitten. Just lie back.
Hey, Doc, you want to hold my hand?
Oh, don't joke, Pete, please. I am so worried.
Won't have that, Lily. Don't want you to worry, babe. I've been through worse. Another day I'll get my strength back. I'll be up and around. You'll see.
Doctor?
That baffles me. Still no sign of infection. Pulse abnormally slow. It's as if his body has slowed down.
You give him a shot?
I could, but there's no point to it. I don't know what I'm trying to cure. I'm sorry, Pete. Whatever's the matter with you is something I didn't learn in medical school.
You have that medical book?
I know, Lily. I'll search again. But I've got a better idea. We reach Savannah Lamar tomorrow morning. I'll take Pete ashore.
No, I'm not going ashore.
I am taking you to a hospital. I know there's one in Montego Bay.
Forget it, Doc. No hospital. I'll be all right. I'm not leaving the ship.
But you are wasting away, Pete.
Then let me waste. Don't forget, I'm captain of the ship, and my word is law.
You persuade him, Lily. He should be in a hospital. I don't want to be responsible.
I will take you into the hills, Pete. There is a doctor.
No, Lily. None of your mumbo-jumbos. Go out and get some air. Take that sad look off your face. You're too pretty to look like that.
Let's try another pill, Pete.
No, Doc. Wouldn't help. No, I gotta sweat this one out. Alone.
I left the cabin and went on deck. It was a beautiful day, and a southwest wind ruffled the blue water. The Molly Moran chugged along like a huge hippo. What Lily had said about Buku made me think. Even though I felt foolish about his curse, I wandered up to the bridge.
Good morning, Doctor. The night curtain has gone up and the sun has come in. Like the eye of a man. Blink, it's dark. Blink, it's night. He sees in, he sees out, until he sees no more.
You're in a good mood, Buku.
I am happy, man.
With the captain lying ill in his bunk?
He is still alive.
Oh, yes. I expect him to come on deck later this morning.
I do not believe you, Doctor. The captain will die.
You know that?
Aye, man, I know it.
How do you know, Buku? My medicine...
Your medicine was good for my injury. And I do not forget your goodness to me, cleaning my cut face and giving me a pill to sleep. But that medicine cannot save the captain. Nothing can.
You know what his illness is?
Only that he will die. Fate will strike him down.
Have you called on fate to kill the captain?
The doctor. Purposes of the port bow.
Buku, when we were 2 days in Port-au-Prince, did you return to your village?
Oh, yes. When we drop anchor at Haiti, I go with things for my people. I tell you about them. You do not believe some of the things I tell you.
I didn't at the time. Can one of your tribe put a curse on another person?
It has been known.
Have you had a curse put on the captain?
No. Fate, that is what killed him. He will not leave Savannah Lamar. Hey, you want to handle the helm? I go below for breakfast. It is wonderful to feel a ship under your hands, Doc.
I know. All right, Buku. Go below. I'll take over.
You have much to think over, Doctor.
I have indeed. I felt helpless. Captain Johnson was a strong man. From what I could determine, there was nothing wrong with him. I was young, of course, and inexperienced. But Johnson's affliction was a mystery. Well, he grew weaker during that day and night. When I awoke the next morning, we had dropped anchor in the vividly clear waters of Savannah Lamar, Jamaica. I went at once to check on my patient. Lily was sitting next to his bunk.
He is worse, Doctor.
We make port?
Yes, Pete.
You'll like it. Beautiful island, Jamaica.
Pete, I must insist you go ashore. There must be a hospital.
In Montego Bay.
No. I said before, no.
Then I will go ashore and bring back a witch doctor.
Oh, for heaven's sake, Lily.
In the Maroon Country, there is a powerful old man.
Doc, tell her no. Don't want some dumb hillbilly with his hocus pocus. Don't want him.
What harm could it do, Pete?
What, Doc? You approve?
No, I think you need hospital care, but you won't listen, so why not let Lily find this man and bring him aboard?
People would laugh at me.
Well, you won't have a chance to hear them if you get any worse.
Okay, you go ashore, Lily. Go home. Don't come back. It's over with me. With us. Maybe Buku's right. I won't get well.
Pete?
Better go, Lily.
I will bring back the man later. He will know what to do.
Go see the town, Doc. Find someone to drive you to Montego Bay.
No, I'll stay with you.
No. I'm tired. Poor Lily. Remember, you were gonna be the best man at our wedding.
I'll check in every hour or so.
Oh, well, go ashore.
No, I'll just watch the loading.
Witch doctor. Magic. You don't believe in that junk, do you, Doc?
Late that afternoon, Lily returned with a weazened little man of indeterminate age, but he was very old. Wore a threadbare undershirt, faded blue denim trousers. He was barefooted. Pete lay in his bunk. I sat next to him. Lily stood near the witch doctor, who squatted like an old-fashioned tailor in front of the cabin door.
Ugly devil, ain't he, Doc?
Lily, doesn't your friend want to examine Pete?
That is what he is doing, Doctor.
I see. From 15 feet away.
Hey, why didn't he say something rather than just chant?
I don't know. He's just, I guess, studying you.
Casting a spell. That's what they do, you know.
He ought to break a spell if that's what you're under.
Hey, tell him to go away.
I'll leave that up to Lily.
He gives me the creeps.
No. Oh, no.
What is it?
What's got into it?
Lily.
Stay away.
Lily, what is it? Why did you cry out?
I cannot tell you.
Why not? You brought him here to help.
He knows what is wrong with Pete.
Tell me.
I cannot. I have to do something. And I don't know how to. I don't know how.
What was that all about?
I haven't the wildest idea. He seemed to say something to Lily, and she cried out. I'll find out, Pete. I'll be right back.
No, Doctor. I will not tell you.
I want to help.
You cannot.
Why can't you confide in me? Pete's very ill. He could die, Lily.
He will die. Unless I break this spell.
Buku, he had a spell cast on Pete, am I right? Now, do you know how to break it?
I will have to. But I don't know how.
Tell me. Maybe I'll think of a way.
No, Doctor. If I begin to act strange, do not interfere.
I don't understand.
It is the only way. I must do it. Only I can do it. I must.
I was bewildered. I was also fearful. What did Lily have to do to break the spell which Buku had cast over the captain? The Molly Moran moved out of the harbor. We'd picked up a big shipment of sugar cane, and now we were homeward bound. Lily was at the railing, watching the receding town.
Do not talk to me.
Lily, is that part of your acting strange?
Just stay away from me.
I'm going to check on Pete if you're there.
I won't be there.
What the devil does she mean by that?
It is Buku, not Umberto, Lily.
I can see.
You come to the bridge, knowing I am here?
Knowing?
It is a fine warm night, huh?
Soft and tender.
What are you up to, Lily?
I enjoy the voyage out.
Many times I have thought about you, standing next to me on the bridge of this old tub and looking out to sea.
I have thought about that too.
That is lying, Bigaswade. You have only to cast your eye on my chin.
It has healed.
Doc had to stitch me up, you know why.
I am sorry, Buku.
Aye?
You are right, Buku.
You say that because you know that the captain cannot live. It is too late, Lily. You pushed me off and clawed me. You cannot crawl to me now.
I was wrong. I have always noticed you, Buku. I have been afraid for myself and for you. The captain took me in, and he is a jealous man.
You have told him many times to replace me. I have heard you say that.
And that is why you are still the first mate. The captain cannot be told what to do. I say, get rid of Buku. He will keep you. Is that not true?
There is logic in what you say, Lily. You are not up to some trick.
I have no trick. The captain will die before we reach Miami. You are an expert sailor. The company makes you captain, then the Molly Moran will be yours to sail. This will be your bridge. I will say good night, Buku.
Wait. You wish to stay with the Molly Moran?
It has been my life.
You wish to be my woman?
I have always wished that.
How can I believe you?
I will bring my things from the captain's cabin to yours tonight, Buku.
Good evening, Lily.
What?
Lily, why don't you say hello to the doc?
I have come to pack my things.
What? Lily, don't you dare leave this cabin.
It is a funeral parlor. You are dead, Captain. You will never reach Miami.
What will do, Lily? What's come over you?
I said you are not to speak to me.
Where are you going?
It is none of your business.
I'm still captain of the ship, and don't you...
I have my things. I go now. I will never see you again.
What kind of person are you, Lily? You know the captain intended to marry you and Savannah Lamar. I thought you loved Pete. You don't seem to know what that is.
I spit in your face.
That was the worst punch in the gut of all, Doc.
We don't know very much about Lily, but my impression, yours too, I imagine, is that this beautiful and tender woman loves Captain Johnson. Well, we're wrong, it seems. When Dr. Armstead resumes the voyage from Savannah Lamar to Miami, we'll find out. I'll return shortly with Act 3.
You've never had a really exotic car, have you? Because you've always felt that you needed something a little more down to earth. But you still want that exotic car, don't you? You know what you need? A Buick Skyhawk. It's small, it's V6 powered. Hey, it's even got a hatchback. Now that's down to earth. But with things like bucket seats, available 5-speed manual transmission, and that laid-back, low-down styling, it's not exactly plain vanilla. The Buick Skyhawk, the car you need and the car you want.
I guess I'm lucky. My family's always been healthy. Oh, a touch of constipation now and then. But we've got X-Lax for that.
When you need a laxative, shouldn't your first choice be the one more families buy than any other? That's today's X-Lax. Families like the chocolated taste. You'll like the way X-Lax works gently overnight for relief in the morning. Next time, make gentle chocolated X-Lax your first choice for occasional use only as directed.
We've always been healthy, and X-Lax is part of that.
This is WBBM Chicago. Because Mom works hard for you, this Mother's Day, give her a gift that'll work hard for her. True Value hardware stores offer a selection of hard-working appliances, like the Daisy Seal Meal for just $9.99. It heat seals foods in airtight, boilable plastic bags, so it keeps seasonal fruits and vegetables, complete meals, or leftovers fresh in the freezer. When Mom's ready to use them, she can put the bags into boiling water, the microwave oven for a meal in minutes. With Daisy Seal Meal from True Value hardware stores, she can prepare meals ahead of time, then serve them with very little cleanup afterwards. This Mother's Day, give a hard-working Daisy Seal Meal from participating True Value hardware stores. No matter where you live, you'll find a True Value hardware store nearby to serve you.
True Value hardware is more than just a name. It's a way of doing business that means True Value.
We must not forget, and Dr. Armstead seems to be guilty of forgetting, is that Lily told him that her behavior now might become strange. The shock of her sudden departure from Captain Johnston's cabin and her cruel remarks have convinced the doctor that Lily is not devoted to the captain, that she deceived him, and that now she has sold herself to Buku Chin. But let the young doctor pick up his story.
After Lily left the captain's cabin, I sat with him for an hour. He was pitiful. When he fully realized the truth about Lily's desertion, he called her and Buku every name he knew and some I had never heard of. He was breathing with difficulty when I said goodnight. It was almost 10 o'clock, and honestly, I did not expect to see him alive by morning. Buku was on the bridge. He'd be relieved by Umberto at the next bell. I went up to him.
Doctor. In the moonlight, your face is like a thundercloud.
You know why, Buku.
It is fate.
It's you taking advantage of a dying man to claim his woman.
Hey, man, Lily makes the decision. I do not force her.
She deceived Pete and she'll deceive you. You know as she is.
I do not know, but I can imagine. The captain is still alive?
Barely. Your spell has worked. I will, of course, report what you've done to the owner of the ship.
He will not believe you. He will make me captain.
Not when he finds out that you murdered a man.
Death is a mystery. A mystery is something not understood, so death is not understood. I have not murdered the captain. I have not touched him.
You invoked some kind of spell on him because you wanted his woman.
I do not have such power, Doctor. No, Doctor. The captain is almost dead. I am now in charge. You are paying passenger. Lily and I will treat you properly for the next 2 days. Then you go your way, and we go out again to sea.
For a half hour, I leaned on the railing and frowned at the sea. Occasionally, I heard a gull, and once I saw some long, black object break the water with its back and then slide under it. At last, I turned in. In the morning, I rang a buzzer, and one of the deckhands brought me breakfast. It was early, just shortly after 6 o'clock. Later, I walked to the captain's cabin, and to my surprise, he was still alive. Hi, Doc.
We'll be in Miami tonight, Pete. Hang on. I'll get you to a hospital and we'll get you well.
I don't think I can make it, Doc. That damn Buku has done something to me. Some curse. I've been thinking about it all night long.
Wish I knew what that witch doctor told Lily.
I've been thinking about her, too.
Forget Lily.
I was going to marry her.
And forget that.
She moved in with him, Doc.
I don't know. I don't want to see either of them. I had breakfast in my cabin. How about you? You feel up to some food?
No. Couldn't get it down.
Pete, could you hear anything Lily's witch doctor was muttering?
No. Oh, a word here or there, maybe. They have a gibberish of their own. They run words together. English, but it ain't English.
What words, Pete?
What, that the witch doctor mumbled? I don't know. Calabash. Yeah, I think I heard calabash.
Like the wash basin in my cabin?
Yeah, I got one, too.
Well, now, why would he be talking about a calabash?
Beats me.
What has a calabash got to do with a magic spell?
Doc, you don't really believe I'm under some spell, do you?
Lily was convinced as soon as you got sick that there was something mysterious about it. And Buku said you're fated to die. Then I got to believing it, and now I don't know what I believe. Now, you hang tight.
I'll try.
A wireless ahead to have an ambulance at the dock. We'll get you well. And then you'll spend a week with me and my parents, and you'll be as good as new.
Thanks, Doc. If Lily...
Put Lily out of your mind.
I can't. I miss her, and when I think of her with Buku...
Now, cut it out, Pete. She's out of your life, and so is Buku. Think of them as dead. That's a curse I'd like to invoke on both of them, and have it work.
Really, you are wonderful.
You like me now, Emma?
I love you. I want to marry you, Lily. You were like that, huh? I want nothing but you, Lily.
You will marry me?
In my virginity. And on our wedding. It is quite wonderful. We will lay over in Port-au-Prince for a week. The honor will say, all right. And you will marry me.
And sail where you sail, Buku. Now, I will fill your calabash. And you will wash off,
I cannot believe my good fortune. When I return to my village, I will make a sacrifice to fate.
Come now, wash. I will ring for breakfast.
You are the finest woman in the island city. I love you.
Here is soap.
Hey, I see myself in the water in the calabash. Never has Buku-chin been so happy. You have broken my image in the water.
Die, you devil.
You have killed me.
And the spell has been broken. You are dead, Buku-chin. Doctor, come right away. Buku is dead.
I was on deck, staring blankly at the blue waters, when I heard Lily's cry. When I heard her yell that Buku was dead, I ran to my cabin for my bag and hurried forward. The cabin door was open, and there, on the floor, was Buku.
Doctor, look. I have broken the spell.
You killed him?
No. He saw his reflection in the calabash. I broke it up by stirring the water, and he died.
What? He dropped dead from seeing his image broken?
Yes. And now Pete will live and get well. Buku is dead. Dead.
Yes, you're absolutely right. Something has caused a massive stroke.
I pretend hard to Buku that I love him. I will be in his cabin when he finishes on the bridge. Umberto relieves him. Buku comes down to me. He is cautious. Then I spend the night with him.
I see, and then you wake up and kill him.
It was the witch doctor in Savannah Lamar who told me what I had to do.
Move in with Buku?
How else could I trick him if he does not trust me?
Well, what did that witch doctor tell you?
In Haiti, Buku had a curse put upon Pete. You remember that first night out? He did not feel well. I guess then that Buku had done something. In his village, they do strange things, many that no one can understand. So Pete, he comes under the curse.
And you had to break the curse to save Pete?
The witch doctor tells me if Buku sees his image in the water, in the calabash, and I break it, then he will die, eh?
Hey, it's right. I really don't believe it.
Is not Buku Chin dead?
Yes, very.
Is not Pete already better?
I have no idea. But we better find out. It was a miracle. I followed Lily into the captain's cabin as she threw herself at him. He smiled, about his first smile in 10 days. He had some color, and I know that this is hard to believe. He managed to sit up in his bunk. Lily told him how she had tricked Buku and what she had done. Pete listened in wonder. He was sorry to have lost a first mate, but he was very glad to be alive. Lily left to get him some breakfast.
How do you explain all this?
I can't, Pete. I'm a medical doctor. I've been trained to fix broken bones and to diagnose diseases. But we're not taught anything about witchcraft and casting spells.
But there must be something to it. I was almost dead. And now, Buku Chin is dead.
I'm convinced. But if I told the story at home, they'd smile at me. Well, I'll go on deck and leave the two of you alone.
Pete, I am so happy.
It's over with. How can I thank you, my darling Lily?
For what? I love you, Pete. I did what had to be done.
Why did you cry out when the witch doctor talked to you?
I think I cannot pretend to love Buku Chin.
Yeah. Well, we'll forget about that. We'll forget about the whole thing. When you left my cabin last night, I wanted to die.
You will marry me, Pete?
As soon as I can stand on my 2 feet, you bet your life soon.
Tonight, we arrive in Miami.
And then tomorrow...
We will have the preacher come aboard the Molly Moran. I will be Mrs. Captain Pete Johnson.
Well, that's the story of what happened bound east for Haiti. It happened just as I recalled it. As a memento of my month at sea, Pete had given me Buku's calabash. There it is on that small table over there in the corner. I've never filled it with water, of course. I remember what a reflection can lead to.
And there is Dr. Philip Armstead's testimony. The supernatural includes magic, astrology, palmistry, and numerology. The fact of the unknown intrigues us. I shall be back shortly.
Right now, Goodyear is cutting the deck and dealing. It's your chance to get a super low price on front-end alignment at Goodyear. Here's the deal. Get a front-end alignment on any U.S.-made car for $11.88. Parts extra if needed. Excludes front-wheel drive cars. At Goodyear stores. Come on in. Goodyear. It's the only game in town.
Getting worse.
Today, Bensonville, Kentucky died, wiped out by a devastating plague that breaks down immunity to any disease.
What's happening to me?
Tomorrow, it will be Bridgeton, Minnesota, then Sausalito, California, and only the Deadly Messiah knows why.
Please help.
The Deadly Messiah from Avon Paperbacks, the one novel you will read this year as though your life depended on it. And maybe, just maybe, it does.
Help!
about carrying a rabbit's foot, an amulet, wearing a good luck ring? You see, here we are, supposedly civilized, and there are those vestiges of an innate suspicion that there may be something to magic after all. Our cast included Mason Adams, Fred Gwynn, Ralph Bell, and E.V. Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Why on earth are you beating the pavement with your stick?
Part of my observations, Doctor. Now, let's see the inside of Mr. Wilson's establishment.
Yes, gentlemen. What can I do for you?
I'm sorry to bother you. We only wish to know how to get from here to the Strand.
The third right, fourth left, and you're on the Strand.
Thank you. Smart fellow, that. In my judgment, he's the fourth smartest man in London. And for daring, I'm not sure that he hasn't a claim to be third.
Evidently, Mr. Wilson's assistant counts for a good deal in this affair of the Red-Headed League. I'm sure that you asked your way only in order to see him.
Not him.
Oh, what then?
The knees of his trousers.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
To get Midas-sized and got the shock of my life. The right shock for my car, absolutely free.
It's our special offer, good at Midas dealers until April 30th. When you buy 3 of our LifeGuard or SuperGuard or SpringGuard shocks, we give you the 4th shock absolutely free. They'll be the right shocks for the way you drive, and they'll be guaranteed as long as you own your car. So once you Midas-size, you'll never have to buy shocks for that car again. If you think you need new shocks, now's the time to Midas-size and get the shock of your life. 4 Midas shocks for the price of 3. Offer good until April 30th at participating dealers. Come to Midas for a free inspection.
The next time you feel that way, don't compromise. Midas-size.
Wherever you live or work in Greater Chicago, you're just a few minutes away from one of the 42 conveniently located Midas shops. When your car, foreign or domestic, needs servicing, check the white pages for the shop nearest you.
CBS News. President Carter hosts a dinner in Washington and discusses the Middle East with King Hussein of Jordan. This is Doug Poling reporting on the CBS Radio Network. Hussein has not been one of the more optimistic Middle East leaders about the prospects for peace, but Hussein seemed in a more upbeat mood at Monday night's dinner, saying he's more hopeful than he's been for a long time. In his remarks, President Carter stressed the need for progress toward a solution.
Unless we make some substantive progress toward resolving the historical differences, it may be a long time in the future before we can mount such an effort again. By the end of May, I will have met with all the leaders of the countries involved and will have listened to their thoughts, their hopes, and their dreams, and their plans for peace.
Earlier Monday, the President and King Hussein met for over an hour at the White House. More news in a moment.
Are you an unpublished author? Do you have a book-length manuscript ready or almost ready for publication? Or do you know of anyone else who is an unpublished author? If so, note this toll-free number, 800-821-7700. You're invited to telephone Vantage Press, a leading New York subsidy publisher, for a free illustrated brochure titled To the Author in Search of a Publisher. Just call this toll-free number, 800-821-7700. This brochure explains how you may have your manuscript printed and published in a matter of months. The number is 800-821-7700. Whether your subject is fiction, nonfiction, poetry, or even scientific, specialized or controversial, this 52-page brochure shows you how to arrange for prompt publication.
To get your copy, dial 800, then 821-7700. The phone call is free. If this is your first book, you'll find this free brochure especially valuable and informative. Dial 800, then 821-7700.
Another attempt will be made Tuesday to cap a blown oil well in the North Sea. It's spewing thousands of tons of oil into the water. Bad weather has hampered efforts at work at the site for the rig, but the high waves have broken up the 20 by 8 mile slick. It's broken up now into two parts. Two of the world's top oil blowout experts are on the scene. They work for a man who is himself a legend in that field. Eric Ingberg has a report.
For oil explorers almost anywhere in the world, the words come automatically when there is serious trouble on a rig. Get me Red Adair. Since 1938, when he went into business, oil men have been summoning Adair from his Houston offices to put out fires and control blowouts. In their red coveralls and hard hats, Red and his small team of experts are known in the oil fields from Oklahoma to Saudi Arabia. Now, one of Adair's assistants, Boots Hansen, is directing the attempt to stop the vast spillage into the North Sea. Adair says he's like a mother hen at home waiting for word on their efforts.
The main thing you worry about is somebody getting ambitious and they try to help you too much. And they do something you don't want them to do. That's the reason we're a small organization, and like Boots has just probably a couple of men with him, that he keeps an eye on each one of them, that somebody doesn't do something foolish.
Adair says that if the weather cooperates, it should not take his men more than a day to stop the leak. He says he has total confidence in his team and won't fly to the scene himself unless, as he puts it, something drastic happens. Eric Engberg, CBS News, Houston.
The House has passed and sent to the Senate a bill authorizing the spending of $35.9 billion for weapons, aircraft, and naval vessels. The bill would restore some cuts President Carter had made, including funds for a nuclear-attack submarine. The House measure also includes an extra $334 million for production of F-15 fighter planes. Total F-15 production next year would be raised to 108. In Zaire, the government reports that its forces have recaptured the rebel stronghold of Muchacha. Zaire's troops, backed by forces from Morocco, are also reported to be ready to attack another rebel-held town. The government reports its first victory in 8 weeks of fighting foreign invaders. 85 American dependents were flown out of Ethiopia on Monday, the first of 300 of their expelled countrymen to leave as ordered by the leftist government. Ethiopia also shut down 5 U.S. agencies and told 3 Western news correspondents to get out by Wednesday. Now this.
If your child throws away the lunch you sent to school today, stand wonder. Birds call, inside you're free, inside you're free after all, living free, living free.
You feel like breaking loose, and so off you go in a Skyhawk. Buick's sleek, low-slung 2+2 road machine. Its streamlined nose thrusts rakishly ahead. Its spirited V6 engine supplying the motion. All of a sudden, living free becomes second nature. Skyhawk. Catch one at your Buick dealer now.
Inside you're free, inside you're free after all, living free, living free, living free.
This is WBBM Chicago. Dominic's, Chicagoland's most complete food store, has you in mind with many quality specials. This week, Dominic's Meat Department is featuring USDA government-inspected center-cut pork chops, just 97 cents a pound. While shopping Dominic's, be sure to stop by the delicatessen for two great money savers. Rath smoked Braunschweiger liver sausage, sold by the piece, is just 69 cents a pound, and Eckert smoked sausage, $1.39 a pound. This week, Dominic's also features a double bonus breakfast buy for you. Top your morning off with Heritage House concentrated frozen orange juice, a 6-ounce can, just 16 cents. Top your favorite cereal off with golden ripe bananas featured in Dominic's produce department for just 16 cents a pound. Shop the Dominic's nearest you this week and every week for money-saving values. Remember, Dominic's is your way to save.
The sudden death of Professor J. Hollington Wells' wife drove him in despair from the halls of Ivy, where he was a professor of archaeology, back into the field, back to Mexico. What had brought Professor Wells to Mexico City and Lake Texcoco was his wife's ancestry. Although a second-generation American herself, her forebears could be traced back to the Aztecs and their great city of Tenochtitlan. And on the ground of her ancestors, he tried to bury his grief in an intimate and deep study of the Aztecs, a contact that surprisingly led him far afield and his daughter into incredible and terrifying danger.
What is it, Maria, dear?
Oh, I had this terrible dream. I thought I had been held on the sacrificial altar, and the high priest had torn out my heart.
Oh, it's my fault. I should have never dragged you down.
Oh, don't blame yourself.
Ah, but I do. Echoes of the past, perhaps. Oh, heaven knows what pervading waves swirl around us from that great civilization which died too soon. Even I, who have no roots in them, couldn't sleep tonight, thinking of all their prowess and their grandeur.
Were you dreaming of sacrifices, too?
Half awake. But yes, hard to understand the contradiction. A people so intellectually awake to life, and yet so tied to fear of the future.
Maybe I can understand them a little.
What do you mean?
I don't quite know. I am descended from them. I was thinking of Mother.
Of Carlotta? Why?
Why did she have to die so young? What sacrifice would you have made to save her if you could have?
Oh, this is night talk, darling. No melancholy maunderings by me. You can't change what has happened. We came away to try and write off a personal tragedy.
Except that you didn't pick the best place to forget.
Yeah, I suppose you're right. Yeah. Mexico, particularly Tenochtitlan, was the last place to run to. Where should we pick up to leave for tomorrow? Madagascar? Carcassonne? Tahiti? New Zealand? Or back to the good old USA?
No, I like Mexico. And no wild nightmare is going to change anything. But I would like to get away from the valley for a while.
Why not? My notes are all complete. I can write my book anywhere. Besides, I'd like to see the other coast. I've got an idea.
What?
I've never seen nor traveled the Pacific side. We'll rent a car and drive through Guadalajara to Puerto Vallarta and down to Playa Colorado for a real vacation.
Playa Colorado?
It's one of those new clubs that provide a total vacation, which are opening up all over the world. Inexpensive, good food, scads of young people for you to meet instead of hanging around with an old fogey like me.
That isn't the way I think of you.
Yeah, well, I'll accept the compliment, but then insist the wiser head must prevail. What you need is someone your own age to blow the past right out of your head. And that's just what I'm going to arrange to have happen to you. Now, go back to sleep, and no more dreams. We're really leaving the past behind now. Good night.
I love you, Father. I am sleepy. Good night. Oh, it's a whole new country.
Yeah, Mexico has as many faces as the U.S.
Oh, I wouldn't agree to that all the way. But compared to the Yucatan and the valley, oh, this is marvelous. Oh, those craggy mountains to the left, and how wonderful to look out to the sea on the right. It's a little like the Amalfi Drive in Italy.
Since I'm driving, I'm glad this road is better. Although I guess by now they've widened that old terror.
They have. But I remember that first year after high school and before college that you drove Mom and me down the Italian coast.
I'd rather forget it.
I'm sorry.
Oh, not because of your mother. Just how scared I was driving. Damn!
What is it?
Blowout. Oh, thank heaven it was a rear tire.
Well, why don't you stop?
On this road, I'm trying to find some place I can pull over and be out of traffic.
You can't go to the right. It's a 100-foot drop. Cut over to the left.
Into a sheer cliff? Oh, no. Wait a minute. Hold your hat.
What are you going to do?
There's a little spot over there. I can drive the car off the road. But it'll be rough going for a moment, too, hope. Then comes around the bend as we cross. Here goes. Oh, damn.
Another tire?
I'm afraid so. Now we're really stuck.
Okay, Professor. Which way do we start walking?
Well, not back anyway. We must be a good 15 to 20 miles outside Puerto Vallarta.
And the other way?
There's a village, Tomatian. I wonder if we'd find a mechanic there. It's quite a hike.
Well, we can't just sit here. It'll be dark in a few hours.
We're not exactly in the wilderness, you know. There is a bus route along this road, and we have passed a few other cars.
All of them headed the opposite way, and few and far between.
Well, at least we can speak the language. Socorro! Hey, senor! Socorro! Por favor, senor. Nuestro automobile es no trabaja.
American, sir. Say me the Spanish.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. My French is great, my German is passable, and in 6 months I hope my Spanish will be at least as good, but right now I'm happy to find it's Americans in trouble. Oh, I didn't mean it the way it sounds.
Oh, I know you didn't. Oh, this is my daughter, Maria. My name is Wells. Hallington Wells. Hell of a name when you come right down to it.
Oh, I don't think so. Not if you're the J. Hallington Wells, the archaeologist.
That's who he is.
Well, then, this is an unexpected honor and pleasure, Miss Wells. I'm Bill Hallam.
Oh, you're interested in archaeology?
My major in college. I'm pleased to meet you.
As we are you, for more reasons than one.
I'll second that. But we'd better get a move on before some crazy Mexican comes one way or the other or both and finds my Jeep in the way. They drive this road like it was the Indy 500.
I'm afraid my car's grounded.
Yes, I can see that. Unless you have 2 spares. But I can give you a lift. Where were you headed?
Playa Colorado.
Well, that's just great. It's where I work. Come on, the chariot awaits. I'll help you with your bags, and we can make all of the arrangements to have your car taken care of there.
What do you do at the club?
I am what they call a G.O. I'll get the big one, Professor.
Oh, what's a G.O.?
General Organizateur. Polite name for Beach Boy, Guide, Companion. And then all of us have our own specialties. Have we got everything?
I think so.
What's your specialty, Bill?
I'm a sailing instructor.
Oh, great. I'd love to go for a sail with you.
You know something? So would I.
I don't normally get knocked off my feet by the body beautiful. My parents' background, natural affinity has been more for brains than brawn. But it was obvious Bill had both. And Playa Colorado was just what the doctor might have ordered for Dad and me. Glorious meals, a hacienda-type bungalow hanging on the mountainside over the sea, complete informality, And most of all, a return to the present. A cutting of a link with the past that had obsessed me all my life. My Aztec heritage and my father's absorption in yesterday rather than today. And the best part of all was my daily sail with Bill.
All right.
Heaven.
Stand by to come about.
Oh, do we have to?
Oh, on this tack, if we go any further, we're committed to go right out of the bay into the Pacific.
Why can't we?
It get a bit rough out there.
Well, I don't get seasick.
Yeah, we're not supposed to.
Oh, come on. You know the clubs between turnovers. There are plenty of other boats. And we have the kicker if we get in real trouble.
I can't think of anyone I'd rather get in trouble with.
Well, then hold your course, matey. There's a little cove out there beyond this big island or whatever it is. Can we fetch that cove?
If the wind doesn't shift, I'd reckon. And we've plenty of gas to get home if it picks up and we have to sail back inland.
Then take me there?
Lady, I will kid you not. I would take you to the end of the earth if you asked me, and care not a whit if I ever return.
That's very nice. You're quite a poet, Bill.
So is every man in love.
Oh, look out for those summer romances.
No, it's a lot deeper than that, Maria.
I know. But let's give it a little time to grow up. About that little cove, Bill. Did you like it?
Who knocks paradise?
I think it's just what Dad's been looking for since Mother died. You know that big mound that juts out from the mountain with a sort of mesa on top?
Yeah.
It'd be the perfect place for a small house. There's water from the stream above. You could cut a driveway down from the main road. There's electricity and phone lines there. I wonder who owns the property.
I think it's state land. The alcalde in Manzanillo would know.
Could you take Dad over there tomorrow to see it?
Sure. But, you know, building there wouldn't be all that easy. That's practically jungle, matted with mesquite and cactus and vines. And there's only a thin layer of soil over sheer volcanic rock.
I know, Bill, I know, but I don't know how to say it. Something calls me there, tells me to go there. Insists that I come back to stay. I've got to go back. No matter what, I have got to take Dad to see it. We did go back, and Dad's reaction was just as strong as mine. It was like coming home. So 2 days later, we found ourselves discussing the possibility of buying the property with the mayor of Manzanillo.
And as I say, senor, it can be bought.
For a very fair price, I hope.
Oh, yes, the price is cheap, but I am aware of your prominence, Dr. Wells, and I'm also well aware that your daughter is of our people historically. I feel it would be unfair not to tell you that this place has, how do you say, it has a bad name.
Why?
It is a forest, a jungle, no?
From the road, yes.
There is much wildlife, more than is usual in this part of Mexico. I don't mean the snakes, the iguana. I mean the jaguar, perhaps the puma even. In this area, there have been many unexplained deaths.
You mean man-eating jaguars?
Something like that.
What do you mean, something like that?
If we lived in the valley or the Yucatan, one might worry about ancient ghosts.
Ghosts?
The men and occasional animals who have been found dead all died the same way.
How?
The senorita will forgive me. I try not to be too, how do you say, graphic. But the chest has been torn apart and the heart removed and taken away. The rest of the body has been untouched.
Why would a carnivorous animal who kills to eat select only the heart? Or is this just legend, which can be created and believed so easily by peasants who live in constant daily superstition? Or does the alcalde have some ulterior motive to protect this piece of mountain shoreline we do not yet understand? I'll return shortly with Act 2.
you say, Bud, you've said a lot of things nobody else can say.
A lot of things, like a taste, a smoothness, and a drinkability you'll find in no other beer at any price. That say this beer, Budweiser, is the king of beers.
When you say, Bud, you've said the word that means you like to do it all. When you say, Bud, you say you care enough to only want the king of beers.
Budweiser's always been the king of beers, and always will be, for one simple reason. It's quality taste. And that speaks for itself. Hear it talking?
When you say Budweiser, you've said it all.
Anheuser-Busch, St. Louis.
A visit to your nearby True Value hardware store can help you start something. Anything battery-operated. They have a big selection of Rayovac heavy-duty supercell batteries in a wide range of sizes. These heavy-duty supercells will last far longer than regular batteries, so they'll keep your camera, radio, tape recorder, calculator, toys, and all battery-operated devices working longer, up to 110% longer than ordinary batteries. And Rayovac backs all these heavy-duty supercells with their guarantee. If these batteries should leak and damage any device in which they're used, Rayovac will fix or replace that device free of charge. So if you want to start something, anything battery-operated, get the battery you can depend on. Rayovac heavy-duty supercells. The wide selection of long-lasting Rayovac heavy-duty supercell batteries is just another one of the many reasons you'll find to shop easier at the True Value hardware store near your home.
Whatever the alcalde's doubts may have been about Vista de la Laguna, as the property turned out to be called, Maria and her father brushed them aside. They were impelled, almost driven to buy. The transaction was simple, and within a week, mestizos were hacking and grading a rough road down from the main one. In less than a month, the foundation had been dug. And late one afternoon, Bill had come down to visit them at the temporary trailer in which they were living.
Your building crew cuts out pretty early.
One cloud over the sun, even the hint of darkness on the way, and they are over the hill.
Vista de Laguna doesn't enjoy much reputation except between Maria and me.
You see no signs of jaguar or puma?
No. I had the bush beaten pretty thoroughly before we bought, and there was no sign or track of them.
How do you suppose the legend built up?
Search me. This isn't land for those creatures anyway.
You don't suppose...
Suppose what?
Well, you know, the business of the heart being torn out, that's so Aztec or Mayan or...
No, the Mayans never spread west beyond Oaxaca, as far as we know. And the Aztecs were concentrated in the middle of the country. Although... we know after Cortez and the invasion, they scattered and were driven west. There is some belief that they may have occupied a small strip of the Pacific coast.
Not here, Daddy. Please, not here.
Unlikely. And yet...
Hey, look, I didn't want to throw a damper on the evening. I brought a big picnic hamper from Louis Pierre, the chef du village, and some champagne.
That's nice of him. What's the special occasion?
Well...
I meant to speak to you sooner, Daddy, but, well, the days are so full and we haven't had much chance to talk about anything except all this.
Getting the old ball and chain settled. So you young folk can be free to enjoy each other and a life together.
I love him, Daddy.
Well, even the myopic old daughter like me can see that. What's that?
Sounds like thunder.
Oh, no, not yet. Too early. It could ruin the corn crop if the rains come, and we'd have a moat instead of a foundation ditch. Which reminds me.
What?
I'm going to grab me a shovel. I want to dig at least a couple of shovelfuls of earth out of the foundation I'm building for the rest of my life.
Me too.
Well, while you ants are busy digging, I'll haul the picnic out of the Jeep. Sounds like some storm. You could feel the earth tremble. I'll lug the basket under the trailer canopy just in case.
Getting dark. I don't like it.
Oh, it's just a thunderstorm. It'll blow over. Want a hand down?
Oh, I'm not that old. Look out. See? spry as a 20-year-old. Okay, let's dig our marks into posterity. Shovels ready? Aim. Go.
Daddy, look out!
Get back, Maria! Get back!
Daddy!
Maria!
Maria! Dr. Wells! Are you all right? What happened? Where are you? What? They're gone. Vanished into thin air.
I tell you, Senor Alcalde, one moment they were there digging, then a flash of lightning came and thunder, and they just disappeared.
Was it still light enough to see?
Yes, then. I dropped into the foundation, and I grabbed a shovel, and I tried to dig. And it hit something solid like lava. After I cleared away the loose earth, I could see that it was a great flat stone, well, I found an edge, and I tried to pry it. But you couldn't budge it. It must weigh tons. We've got to get a backhoe or a crane up there and try to find them.
Hey, we will do what we can. But I am afraid when we find them, it will be like the others.
What do you mean?
The gossip of the viejos has always been that some of the Aztecs fled through the pass in the mountains from the Valle Manzanillo and made a colony. That is why Vista de la Laguna bears la maledición del diablo. I think the professor and his daughter have been stolen as a sacrifice against the early rain.
I hadn't taken more than my shovelful of earth, scraping it off the hard surface below, before I knew what I was uncovering. An Aztec sacrificial stone. And at my next stroke, never mind the elements and the pyrotechnics around us, I must have struck some concealed spot that controlled a balance mechanism. For in a moment, both Maria and myself were flipped by the great stone into a chamber below. No sooner were we deposited there than the 5 or 6 ton slab reversed itself on some complex counterweight system and sealed us in this tomb. You all right, Maria?
Oh, yes, a few scrapes and bruises. You?
No, nothing I can't live with, if we're going to live. But wait a minute.
What is it?
My lighter.
Where are we?
In a chamber under the sacrificial stone.
What sacrificial stone?
Our lovely Mountain Erie, looking out over the cove, was obviously an Aztec pyramid, covered centuries ago by either lava from an erupting volcano or just possibly the encroachment of hundreds of years of jungle growth growing in wind-blown earth.
Well, if the stone tipped one way, it can tip the other, can't it?
If we can find out how to do it while there's oxygen or light enough left. Look for some counterweights. Maybe we can trace what operates them.
Or maybe Bill can do something from up above.
Yeah, maybe. This light won't last long. But there's one good sign.
What?
We're not sealed in. There's air coming from someplace. Wait. Here it is. A staircase. Going down.
Where would that take us?
Perhaps to the burial vault. Perhaps to ground level. And the way the Aztec priests used to climb unseen to the temple. Yeah, and the air smells fresh enough. Shall we try it?
Why not?
Just a curious feeling I have.
You're trying to hold something back from me. What is it?
I don't know how to tell you. It's a ridiculous, superstitious feeling. But I have this inescapable certainty that if we do descend these stairs again and come out into the world again, it won't be the same one we know.
You don't have to put it into words. I have the same feeling. That it won't be back into the 20th century, but somehow, through some time warp, we'll be thrown back 400 years. Is that it?
Yes.
To a civilization you've studied most of your life. Isn't that what you want?
So, there are 2 of us, darling. It certainly isn't what you want. No. We stay here and wait and see if Bill can't exhume us.
Is it, Alcalde? La grúa is... What you call it? The crane is fallen off the road.
Oh, Lord.
The rain has made the edges soft. Now we must send for another one to pull this one back up again.
If they're trapped under that stone, they could smother to death.
It is unfortunate, Señorville, but que se puede hacer para creer en Dios.
Well, God or somebody had better get a move on.
Daddy,
Yes?
is it hard to breathe?
Yes.
What time is it?
I can't see without my glasses. Here. Can you read my wristwatch?
Looks like a little after 5:30.
Should be daylight pretty soon.
That means we've been trapped here for over 8 hours. Oh, it is hard to breathe. And I'm cold.
Yeah, I guess neither of us would dress for an adventure like this. Me in shorts and a thin Mexican cotton shirt, and you in that parea you bought at the club.
Lovely for Tahitian shores, but not made for catacombs.
One way or another, as we're dressed, we could pass for ancient Aztecs, or Toltecs, or some related tribe.
One way or the other, we may be joining my ancestors if we don't get somewhere warmer and with more air.
I think you're right, darling. I guess we'll have to try the steps. If we only had some light.
Oh, I have a match folder in my bra. I left my cigarettes on the bank when I jumped into the fountain ditch.
If there was only something we could just make a torch out of.
We don't need one.
What?
We'll light a match when we need one. But we can feel our way. It isn't that far down.
How do you know that?
I don't know. I just know. There's the start of it. Keep your hand on my shoulder. I'll lead the way.
You sound as if you know it.
I feel as though I'm beginning to remember.
Remember what?
Oh, the match went out. Where I came from. What I was meant for. Where I must go. Come, Father. They are waiting.
Light a match, Maria.
None left. It doesn't matter. I know the way. This is the last step, except one. The step to open the great stone. Watch, Father.
You have returned again, great Princess Itzlacan.
I heard you call, High Prince Kalkumur. I heard my people's cry for help.
Tlaloc, the rain god, hurls down his spears of driving water to destroy the corn, the life of our people. What sacrifice can we offer him to spare us all?
Who else but the morning star? Come, make me ready for what must be done.
No, Maria.
Seize the old man.
No, you
Keep
must
him
be
quiet.
You must be mad, or we must be. This is the 20th century.
What?
1975.
What is this? 1975.
The date on your calendar. The Aztec calendar. What day is this?
Why, any fool know that. This is the 9th cycle. 7 rabbit, 2 crocodile.
7 rabbit, 9 52, 9. Oh, my God.
What is it, Father?
We've walked down those stairs and out into the past. 400 years ago in 1575.
From the moment the great stone ground open and let them out into the light at the base of a great pyramid, they have spoken in Nahuatl, the speech of the Aztec. The professor haltingly, as with a foreign tongue, but Maria fluently and confidently, as though it were her own. Is she the reincarnation of some ancient princess, dead for over 400 years? I'll return shortly with Act 3.
This is Arnold Palmer. In golf, we call someone who plays exceptionally well a champ. And a champ works to win. His whole way of life is geared to that talent, that ability in him which makes him win. Well, that's one way of living, but there are others. And the March of Dimes offers us some of those ways. Ways to work to prevent birth defects, or ways to help kids born
with birth defects. For many of those kids, a way of life is a difficult direction to discover. But for most of us, it's not. By us, I mean young people, middle-aged people, senior citizens, everyone. As honorary national chairman for the March of Dimes, I can tell you that the greatest gift you can give any handicapped child is a little understanding, a little encouragement, and a chance to appreciate life. Won't you help? Join the March of Dimes today and find a way of life.
Let's see if you're good at solving mysteries. Northwest Federal Savings is offering gifts in the Northwest Federal Savings 50th Anniversary Gift Rally. They're free or at greatly reduced prices just for saving $250 or more at Northwest Federal Savings. Beautiful gifts like a Sunbeam electric fry pan or a Rival crock pot. Cuddly gifts like a St. Mary's Velura blanket. And helpful gifts like a cordless grass shears. And over 25 more gifts to choose from at Northwest Federal Savings. There's a Northwest Federal Savings Center on Irving Park, 1 block west of Cicero, in Des Plaines on Dempster, and in the Harlem Irving Plaza. Now, where's the best place to save? Northwest Federal Savings, of course. That shouldn't have been hard to figure out. And your gifts shouldn't be hard to get, because Northwest Federal Savings is open 63 hours a week.
It's Northwest Federal Savings Time, 63 hours a week.
This is WBBM Chicago News Radio 78. 11:07 our time, 37 degrees at Chicago's Midway Airport.
The sun was barely over the mountains as they walked away from the base of the Great Pyramid towering between them and the sea. The professor, looking about it, was transfixed with mingled disbelief and wonder. All around him, scattered in the foothills, surrounding the pyramids on 3 sides, were the woven thatched huts of a complete Aztec settlement. High above, where he and his daughter had stood last night, planning to build a house, were the temples and the sacrificial stone.
Maria.
Yes, Father, what is it?
Can you believe what we're seeing?
I believe because I remember and speak in Nahuatl. It is not seemly to talk in a foreign language before the high priest.
Oh, the devil with him for the moment. I'm more concerned about you. What's happening to you? Maria, this is a dream. A fantasy. It can't be real.
But it is real.
Darling, it's impossible. Look, only last night, you and Bill and I were standing on top of this great pyramid here, only it was buried in the debris of centuries, and we were planning...
Bill?
Sure. Bill, the boy you're in love with. Oh, don't try to kid me that you're not.
Bill? I can't quite remember.
Look up there. He must be going frantic, trying to find a way to get us out of the trap we fell into.
I see no one there but the temples and the stone. Do you?
No, not at the moment.
What do you and the old one talk of in these strange words, Princess Istakan?
It is of no matter, Kalkumur. He speaks our tongue less smoothly. The rain clouds are gathering again.
The smoking mirror god frowns on us, and Quetzalcoatl, the plumed serpent, has deserted us in our need. Last year there was a drought. We lost 1/3 of our people. If the corn is lost this year, we perish.
I will go to my place to make ready. Take my father and make him drink of Oxley, so his spirit is prepared for what must be.
It shall be as you say, Princess.
Father, you stay here. There's something I have to do.
No, Maria. No, I'm not letting them separate us.
Old man, you will do as you are told. Here you mean nothing. Seize him.
No.
You shall not harm him.
He will not be harmed. You have my word.
I will see you, my father. Pray for me and the God of the sun to keep the rain from us.
No, Maria. No. Don't go.
There is nothing you or any man can do. It is written in the stars. Come. Drink of Oxley and look for forgetfulness.
Okay, back her up slowly. Easy she goes. Lord, I hope that cable holds. Okay, she's starting to come. Watch it! Anyone hurt?
No, senor, he's okay.
Is this the only crane in the county?
Si, senor.
Oh, the best we can do is a bulldozer. Okay, we'll rig another cable and try again. At least the rain has stopped.
Senor, don't you think by now it's too late?
It can't be too late. I must do everything to save Maria, even if it means giving my own life.
As they dragged me away from my daughter, a sudden lassitude seized me. I felt old and useless and out of my depth. It was incredible that facing me, about me, around me, everywhere I turned, was the dream of an archaeologist's life. To see an Aztec village in full operation, in its own time. But that's where the madness lay. I'm no believer in time warps, or fourth and fifth dimensions. No, I could not accept this moment as the 16th century. But the horrible gnawing fear was that my daughter could, and did, and somehow belonged. Calcamel.
Yes, old man.
How came you here? Where no other Aztec clan has come.
After the fall of Montezuma, we were either made slaves or scattered to the wind. Some of us found a pass through the mountains here and found the place by the sea to the west. And we found it good. And the white man and Cortez did not know to follow. So we were safe.
But the Aztecs were not sea people.
No. And here cannot grow our chinampas and our milpas. The cornfields do not produce so well. So we must try to make the best of it. That is why we must make so many sacrifices to the gods.
Is that what you expect my daughter to do?
It is not what I ask. It is why she is sent.
What do you mean?
You do not know that many years ago, when first we came here and would have died for food, that she mounted the 114 steps to the temple, and by her sacrifice saved the corn and the village. You do not know, you who bring her here again. Are you not from the gods, too?
In a way. I don't know how to explain it to you, Calcamel, but we are from 9, nearly 10 sheaves ahead in time, from a world you will never live to see. Or your children or their children after them.
Ah, you come to destroy us.
If you must have a sacrifice, take me, not my daughter.
You are not a royal princess, or from a royal house.
I am her father.
So you say. Of you, I know nothing. Of the princess, I have seen with my own eyes the living pictures, the Toltecs traced of her inside the temples. We must put our faith in her.
I won't let you harm her.
What can you do? You are old and weak. See that he is made to drink of Oakley, so he loses himself in dream.
By damn, we did it! Okay, now come on. Let's get the crane down to the mesa and get that stone block lifted.
Why are you not dressed and ready, as I am, Princess?
I don't know. You are not as you were before.
Before?
The other time.
Ah, no. No, this time I wear one of the dreaded conqueror's helmets. A metal we do not know called iron. It is a symbol of great power. The drums have begun. It is time. No more waiting.
Calcamel, listen to me. Do you believe I come from the gods?
Yes, Princess, but the clouds are gathering about the sun already.
Then if you believe I do, will you not listen to me?
To hear what?
That our gods are false gods. That sacrifice brings nothing in return. This was the message I was sent to bring back to you.
I do not accept it. You speak with the forked tongue of the strangers from across the eastern sea. I go now to the temple and the stone. If you do not follow me by yourself, I will first offer up the old one who came with you.
No.
Then I give you time to make your peace with the gods. By the time the sun is one more hand's breadth over the mountains. If you do not stop to mount the steps, the old one will be dead.
Have you ever tried to wake yourself from a nightmare beyond belief and failed? I can't explain the feeling that I was part of this ancient culture, that something like this had happened before, that perhaps I was facing destiny. But other things had begun to flood back into my consciousness. A modern world, a very sweet guy named Bill that I thought I... And then the only person in my mind's eye was my father, already stricken by my mother's early death, being dragged up that inside flight of stairs to the sacrificial stone, his chest bared to the plunge of the obsidian knife, and... No! Listen to me who can hear. All things on earth have their term, and in the most joyous career of their vanity and splendor, their strength fails and they sink into the dust. The things of yesterday are no more today, and the things of yesterday shall cease, perhaps on the morrow. Let us cast aside the horrors of the tomb and reach only for the brilliance of the sun. The shadow's cast of death brings the stars no brilliance. Let us, everyone, seek and make his own future and his own heaven. No one else can make it for you.
The rain is almost upon us. Forget the old fool. Seize the princess. Throw her upon the stone. Spread eagle her. Bare her chest. Oh, smoking mirror god, whose breath and heat we quail from in fear. O Tlaloc, god of the rains, hear us and accept this sacrifice we offer you. As now I raise the knife on high, ready to offer you the gift of the Princess Istakan's pulsing heart. Offer us thy blessing in the moment before I strike.
Daddy, what happened?
A bolt of lightning went straight to Calcumo's iron helmet as though he were a lightning rod.
Oh, but the explosion.
A volcanic eruption. Probably what buried this civilization 4 centuries ago.
You mean we're back in the present?
Locked in. In our own tomb.
Oh, I can't breathe.
Maria, the oxygen almost gone.
The stairs.
There are no stairs. Blocked by the rubble of centuries. Even if there were, would you dare go down them again?
Oh, Daddy. Daddy, hold me. I don't want to die.
Then perhaps we could offer a prayer. Not to false gods, but to the true one. Almighty God, Almighty Father, I ask this, not for myself who have lived long enough, but only for my daughter. I ask for her the gift of life.
Maria! Professor, are you all right?
Yes, Bill, yes.
They're all right. They're alive.
Gracias a Dios.
Oh, Daddy, we're alive.
Yes, thanks to... Did you hear what the alcalde said? Thanks to the blessing of God.
Did Professor Wells and his daughter walk down those steep stairs into an ancient world to find they were the reincarnation of 400-year-old Aztecs? Or was it all an illusion? A haunting thought to live with. But what is far more important to both of them is just to be alive. I'll be back shortly.
Hi, dear. I'm home.
Will the defendant please rise?
Now, wait a minute. I'm sorry I'm a little late, but
How do you plead? Guilty or not guilty?
I worked late, and the traffic was heavy, and I stopped for a drink at Rocky's.
The accused is charged with breach of promise and willful negligence.
Okay, so it's 7:15, but you have to make a big federal case out of it.
The defendant is found guilty as charged.
Close the court at your house. Cancel the trials. Stop appointing each other as both judge and jury. Hear where the other is and work through the hassles together. And forgive a little, as God forgives a lot. A nudge toward respecting others from the Mennonite churches.
Just one further note before I leave you. Excavations now in progress at Vista de la Laguna prove beyond a doubt that there was an Aztec village there some 400 years ago that was buried in tons upon tons of lava and ashes from a volcanic explosion. And in one of the temples, there is a painting of the Princess Itlaca, which bears a remarkable resemblance to Mrs. William Hallam, nay, Maria Wells. It's a tantalizing thought that maybe, well, it's only speculation. We'll have to let it go at that. Our cast included Fred Gwynn, Jennifer Harmon, Mason Adams, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
All last night, I lay awake, tortured by this miserable, painful arthritis, my fingers, my legs. And by the light of the full moon that was pouring in through the window, I kept staring at that portrait of you on the wall over there.
Katie, please.
Now, don't interrupt me. There you were, as you are now, young, strong, handsome. And as I gazed at that painting, a mist, a cloud of some kind seemed to cover over your beautiful features, to cover your face completely. As I looked, I realized it had been painted as if a thin cloth had been placed over your sweet face. The kind of cloth is placed over the features of a corpse.
Oh, Katie, that's ridiculous. Look at that painting now.
Now, you must not laugh at me. As I continued to study the painting, I saw below the edge of the cloth the dark blue marks of fingers on your throat.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, brewers of Budweiser. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
This is WBBM Chicago News Radio 78. It's 1124.